Colleague, just to let you know that we are now live on Facebook as well.
Thanks, Subrat. Who's doing the poll?
Yeah, Robbie.
From the notes, are you doing the poll, Subrat?
Okay, I can create.
The questions
I missed that. I will create.
Yep, the questions are in the notes I sent.
Yeah.
Thank
Sure.
you. So there are 2 questions in the poll. So while we're waiting, who would give us a signal to start? But I just want to welcome everybody. It's Robbie Guevara from the International Council of Adult Education. So on behalf of ICAE, welcome. Just a few quick reminders that you can see on the screen. These are more technical reminders. The technical side are being hosted by ASPBAE, and I'd like to acknowledge and thank ASPBAE for working with ICAE on this what I would say is really a historical moment in terms of our milestone for the new executive, but also in terms of the preparations we have for the ongoing engagement in advocacy. So some of you might already be very familiar with Zoom technology, but we also find people who can't remember where all these things are. And so please follow the notes that are there in terms of speaking, the video, also being able to answer, engage using the chat box, okay, and the raise hand functions. And again, in addition, we have specific interpretation for Russian for our members in Central Asia. So I'd like to welcome everybody, and we will just wait for the go signal in terms of the start. Okay. I just need to look at the chat box. Yeah, so the first rule is if you could switch your microphones to mute. Thank you very much. I'm trying to see the list of participants. And just checking that the colleagues from ICAE, like so I see Ricarda. Hi, Ricarda. I know it's early morning for our colleagues in Europe, most probably also from our colleagues far as Afghanistan in that side of the world, but it's later in the afternoon for our other colleagues in the Pacific and in New Zealand. So at different times of the day, good afternoon, good evening, very, 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 very good morning. Okay, I'm just going to check again.
Robbie, we're just checking if there's anyone who are in the old link, because I know that people who registered there are not here now. So
Yes.
we're just checking on that. Okay.
And is the Russian working already as well? So let's check all the technicals. So I can see Katerina is already in the room. Katerina, you'll control your slides. Can we check
yes, would be nice.
Okay. Can we check the people who are speaking have their microphones? Hi, Katerina. Thank you very much, and again, good morning to you. And
hello, good morning.
Ricardo, I'm just going to check for people who are speaking. Our speakers, is Taka in the room already or later?
I'm there.
Hi,
I'm
Taka.
here.
I'm sorry
Hi.
again about your emails. I had so many emails from you, but we made connection. Thanks, Taka.
No problem.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay,
so
good.
It's just Cecilia and Werner who are still 7:30 or earlier in their time. They'll join us during the break. Okay. So again, welcome colleagues on behalf of the International Council. I am just waiting for, as we said, we had to shift the meeting from a webinar space to a meeting space to allow us an opportunity for small group discussions today. And so this is really, so it's really important. One of the things that you will be asked after I do the objective setting is for you to be able to also select the breakout groups. Now, you don't have to decide right then and then when I do the orientation, but you need to do this at the latest before the break. So there will be a number of tasks that we will go through at the start after the formal welcome and start of the webinar. And this will allow us just to be able to get a sense of who's in the room, a sense of also who have some background knowledge, so in terms of Grail and Confintia, and also therefore finally just looking at using the chat box. While we're waiting, for those who are familiar, you can start to use the chat box just to introduce yourself. Most of you, I think, will be here for the third time in a series of webinars that ASPBAE has conducted. Some of you might have heard me and seen me in the first day. So I welcome you again, and particularly from ICAE. Hi, Taka. Your video is working.
Hi, Taka.
Hi, Maria. Nice to see you again.
And you.
Hi, Nani.
Hi, Maria.
Hi, Nani. I love your view, wherever you are.
Yeah, this is just the background. I wish I were there.
Oh, I see. Oh. Making us envious, huh, with your background.
Yes. Wow, good afternoon from snowy Mongolia already.
Snowy, wow.
Yeah.
We still have some kind of summer here.
Enjoy it, Katerina.
Yeah. But the last days, you feel the winter coming already.
So welcome, colleagues. I'm seeing colleagues from the Pacific and old familiar names. Mon Mapa, hello. Okay, Nasreen and Tunga. Welcome, Jan from Wave. Waving to Jan.
Jan.
So please introduce yourselves in the chat box.
I'm waving back.
Hi, Jan.
What the background?
It's a Zoom background. It's cheers me up a little bit.
It's the most beautiful one.
Yes,
thank you very much.
It's actually moving.
I wish it was real. Yes, it does move actually.
The first time I've
Oh.
seen the background that actually also moves. So it's a video.
Yeah, it's just a standard Zoom background.
Okay. Do you know if Elaine is joining us, Jan?
No, I'm sorry, Elaine is unwell, and she asked me
Oh.
to pass on her apologies, and a hello to the members of the group.
Okay, thanks.
Robbie, maybe we can begin and have people
Okay.
join up as they join up.
Yes. So if Nani can, okay, Nani.
Okay, let's start.
Thank you very much. So welcome everybody, and I'd like to formally pass on to my colleague and president of ASPBAE and my colleague in ICAE. Nani, thank you very much for hosting us.
Ravi. Good morning and good afternoon to all of you, colleagues from ICAE and ASPBAE members, strategic partners, ICAE and ASPBAE's executive councils and staff. Welcome to ICAE ASPBAE workshop on strategizing and capacity building for AIL advocacy, co-organized by International Council for Adult Education, ICAE, and Asia South Pacific Association for Basics and Adult Education, ASPBAE. This is the continuation of virtual discussion on adult learning and education, AIL series in the Asia Pacific regions, which have been organized by ASPBAE, members of ICAE, since last week. I'm Nani Zulminarni from Indonesia, the Vice President of ICAE and President of ASPBAE. ASPBAE is the member of ICAE in the Asia Pacific region. First of all, happy Teachers' Day. This week we celebrate Teachers' Day. All of us are teachers and at the same time are learners in the lifelong learning framework. The COVID-19 pandemic should has opened our eyes and hearts the importance of lifelong learning even more than ever. All of people need to adjust and learn the new way of living together, respond to the multi-crisis caused the pandemic. However, we witness it is still far from what we wish and expect. The approach on responding the pandemic is very militaristic, where the transformative learning for all is not integrated strongly. The workshop is very important as the strategic step to ensure the adult learning and lifelong learning become central in responding and recovering the pandemic multi-crisis by strategically advocate to the stakeholders using different development framework. Without further ado, I would like to invite Robbie Guevara, usually we call as Robbie, the president of ICAE, to expand further on the workshop and lead the introduction. Robbie was former president of ASPBAE and also a former a professor in one of the Melbourne University in Australia. Welcome, Robbie.
Thank you thank you very much, Nani, and thank you again to ASPBAE in terms of the hosting and I am full of joy and to be back home. It feels so natural to be with ASPBAE and to see the familiar names and familiar faces in the room, continuing to welcome. I keep saying the confidence I have to be able to speak as at the global level from as a president of ICAE is because of the support that I have and the capacities that I've gained in being president of ASPBAE and being in the executive of ASPBAE. We look at the younger people in the room. We were young also once when we all started it with ASPBAE many years ago. So today really is part of that sharing of that journey and being able to then recognize, I think, where we come from. And to start that process, so I'd like to first, again, acknowledge who are in the room. And so for me, I really find it, for those who are familiar with my being a popular educator, I struggle with this technology. in terms of being able to get people to participate, because normally I'd be already by now getting you up in the room, talking to each other and moving. And so the best way I can actually do that now is to be able to actually, and then it has to be a bit more structured, is to welcome you and ask you to welcome us into your own living rooms, offices, or kitchens, dining tables, wherever you're watching us. But we'll do it one at a time. And so what we'd like you to do, and again, this allows us to become more familiar, is we'll start with sub-regions. And I hope you're very familiar, particularly with sub-regions in the Asia Pacific in terms of ASPBAE. And now we have 5 sub-regions. And so when we started, we had 4 sub-regions. And I'd like to start with the youngest sub-region, I guess. It's sub-region 5. I don't think the numberings have changed. And so welcome our colleagues from Central Asia, who again, in our attempt to communicate, we have interpretation. So hopefully I'm being interpreted so they can switch on their video or raise their hands, whichever is easier for you. So if you can switch on your videos, it will also allow us for Meda perhaps to take a picture if people can, and then raise your hands so we know who are from Central Asia in the room. The raise hand function is under the list of participants. And if you can't switch on your video, just raise your hand so we know that you're able to raise your hand using the function on your under the participants. I can't see anybody raising hands and nobody switching their video. Come on, people from, oh, I need to be interpreted, sorry. Can we see you raise your hands using the chat in the participants? Yes, welcome, Rabat. Okay, so that's so we have how many more from Central Asia do we have in the room? So 1. Do people, who else? Okay, somebody's starting to switch the video on. Okay. So while we're being familiar, also we've got at least 1 raised hand and 1 trying to switch a video on. Can we go to sub-region 4, where I am? I should raise my own hand. I can't as a host. Can I raise my hand? And my video is on, and I'm raising my hand physically. So sub-region 4, we've got Bernie, myself, and Jan. Who else from and our colleagues from Solomon Islands, our colleagues in the Pacific, can you raise your hands?
Sandy and Timothy.
Blondie, who else is here?
Blondie.
Sandy?
Yes, Sandy and Timothy.
Timothy. Okay. So, and can you switch your video on if you can, we can see you? Just welcome. I don't know how to raise my hand. So, Tekla, raise your hand if you go to if you click participants below. And Nasiba, hello. Yeah. There should be a list of participants below, and then you can see a raise hand function. Can you find that? Okay, I think our colleagues are finding, if somebody can explain, so it would be good. So we know that you can raise your hand when you want to be acknowledged or if you want to speak, okay? So slowly we're getting people to find the raise hand function. Okay, we'll go to sub-region 3. Switch your video on and hopefully raise your hand. Southeast Asia. Can I raise my hand again? Switch your video on. Nani's video is on. And no, for the others, you can put your hand back down again. Okay. Helen, Nani, Kiman, Ubaid, Thea, Maria. Okay. Mon. Okay. So people are raising their hands. Renee, welcome. Okay. And so, yes, so you know where you find your hands. Renee, not that close. We can see your pimples. Young again, thank you very much. Sub-region 2, East Asia. So our colleagues, so Southeast Asia, you can put your hand down. Our colleagues in Japan, in Mongolia, in where else? China, Korea. Do we have colleagues? Okay. In so Taka, can you raise your hand? Tunga, welcome. Okay. Mon and Blondie have their hands raised still. Okay, and finally, we'd like to welcome our colleagues from South Asia. Usually the biggest delegation from South Asia, raise your hands. So Sobrat is not just raising his hand, he's clapping. Esan, welcome. Okay, Nupur, Shakir, okay, who else? Nasrin, Sunil, okay, and Maria again. Okay, like me, I can raise my hand twice. Okay, so at least we know the raise hand function. It's very inspiring for us again on behalf of ICAE and ASPBAE that we have 42 people in the room who are joining us today. Okay, the second is I'd like to share my screen. To just now see, I'm struggling with the number of screens I have, and I want to make sure that I have. Can you see the slide of the workshop objectives to be sure?
Yes, you see that.
You can see the small version or the big version. Which one? I'll see if I can.
The small one.
Okay, so this is the full screen.
There.
Yes.
Okay, you can see the full. You can see the full screen, right?
Yes, Robbie. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to, because I've got two screens. Okay, so okay, so where does this objective what is the objective of today? And again, part of that I will deepen a bit more in terms of the link to ICAE's membership engagement process. But basically at the heart of it is this is the first of a series of attempts of ICAE to be able to engage with our region. So the first objective for us as ICAE is to be able to really reach out to our members as part of a membership engagement process. Okay, but this has a longer term objective, not just a one-off engagement, but it's a long-term objective in terms of our preparation for our 50th anniversary and us wanting to be able to see how the world of adult learning and education, how the challenges of adult learning and education have changed, knowing the diversity, knowing the differences of where what's happening with us around the world. Okay, what do we therefore advocate for? We know we advocate for education as a lifelong learning right. We know that this kind of right is the responsibility of the governments, but we also know that there are challenges. COVID is just one challenge that helped to be able to, in a very short, compact period of time, show us the inherent inequalities that we have seen in healthcare, in education, in housing, for example, the complex inequalities that we have seen. So what is the role of education? So what therefore is our new advocacy agenda, or what is our sharper advocacy agenda? And so the second objective is really to be able to hear from the region in terms of Asia Pacific, what should we be advocating as ICAE? Okay, so first is to engage the members. Second is to hear what this is. And the third is therefore to be able to, at least to orient you to the broader task where we see this playing out. What we mean by the broader task. What will we do with this agenda? What platforms? Okay, and the specific platform that we're exploring today, one of the specific platforms is Confintia 7, but this is not the only platform that we will open up to you today when we start to look at the different platforms that we want to examine, reflect on, and prepare for. So today really has one, engagement purposes, two, a brainstorming set of purposes in terms of advocacy agenda, hearing from the region, and three, a strategizing purpose of how do we effectively engage with this. can I just check from the translator or the interpreter that I'm not talking too fast? Sorry, I forget that we have an interpreter. Normally, I'd see somebody waving at me wildly to stop. So Brett or somebody can just check with the interpreters and that I'm okay. Okay, thanks, Maria. Okay, so again, so the first is to just give us baseline of who else is in the room. We know where people are in the room. Okay, there are two things that we'd like to know, particularly today, because of the focus on GRAIL 5. An acronym of GRAIL is the Global Report on Adult Learning and Education. It's in its fifth uh, report already. Some of us have been lucky enough, I guess, to experience it from the very first time that GRAIL appeared in our adult learning world. So one of the things that we'd like to know, and Subrat will help me with the poll function here, okay, in terms of being able to first, so the first question is, and I think you can see, you'll be able to see the poll come up. Did you attend the regional webinar of UIL GRAIL in July for Asia Pacific? Okay, so again, we're trying to be able to see one, functionalities, okay, but also be able to know in terms of in the room who else has and we're collecting responses. So if you just click yes, no, and for those with Russian translation, please translate the question and then the poll. So that's the first poll. Okay, we'll just wait. Subrat, can you monitor how many respondents are there?
Yes, 23 out of 39 so far.
Okay.
So we'll wait.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yes, so this was a series of regional webinars that UIL together with DVV and ICAE conducted. The main purpose of the regional webinars for UIL was to be able to launch Confintia, particularly the Global Report on Adult Learning and Education number 5. The focus of the regional webinars was primarily to explain to the national focal point persons the structure of the national surveys. Okay, unfortunately, they made a decision that we will not be, as civil society, be able to attend the second part of this webinar. We attended the first part. Okay, and ICAE was there throughout. I think there were 7 or 8 regional webinars. One in Asia. There was 2 in Africa because of Francophone and Anglophone, English and French-speaking Africa. There was one in Europe and North America. There was one in Latin America, and in another one, I think, an English in Latin America and a Spanish in Latin America, in North America. Okay, so Subrat, how many people in the room and how many people have responded if they attended the regional webinar in Asia Pacific?
33 out of 40 have responded so far, probably. Okay, 7 more to go.
Because are you able to show the second poll as well?
After the first poll.
Okay, so can we show?
We will have to end this poll because these are 2 different. Yeah.
Yes. So we'll just have a sense of, okay. Okay. So we have 60% who have not attended. So which gives me and my colleagues a bit of sense of, okay, some background information that we might need to share in terms of GRAIL and in terms of the regional webinars. And because we asked UIL to briefly talk about, and Katerina, I'm just alerting you to this, so there might be some basic questions that you might ask Werner to be able to look at. Okay, so the second, okay, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is the response to the first question, okay? The second question now is, has your organization been involved in the GRAIL 5 national report in your country? So Okay. So again, as I said, at the end of the webinar that was hosted in July, uh, the aim was to be able to brief the national focal points. Admittedly, there was hesitation from UIL to give the national focal points contact details to civil society. They said that they would, if you were interested in your national focal point person, they would pass on your information, and it was the national focal point that would contact us in civil society to be able to therefore indicate that we were interested in contributing. Okay, so it became a rather bureaucratic process, and again, I am not sure how many people have actually engaged, but I'd be interested for attempts in our region to see how many people have or how many organizations have engaged. Subrat, are we ready to show the results? Is Subrat there? Have we... Okay. Ooh, okay, so we have 29%. So I hope that's a few people, and we would like to therefore invite you when we come to the part where we ask our two speakers, Taka and Cecilia, to speak, to also share your experience to the group. So thank you very much for those who are able to. Hopefully, you'll be able to share some of your experience with us. Okay. So it gives us a sense of who's in the room in terms of one, we have people in the room from all over the region representing sub-region 1 all the way to our new sub-region 5. And so this is rich for us in terms of ASPBAE, but also for us in terms of ICAE to have the scope and the diversity of geographical, people being represented in the room. Second, we know that there is at least more than half who were not able to attend the first webinar, so we might be more slowly explaining in terms of Confintia, particularly Grail 5. But there's also more than what we thought would be able to present or share their experience in terms of their country Grail process. Okay, so what we will do again, so this is the first part. So the first part of the presentation really links more to our work in advocacy, our work with Confintia. The second part of the presentation, as I said, you will be invited to identify a specific breakout group that you would be interested to contribute to, okay? And what we'd like you to do is in the chat box, put your name and the breakout group number. Just to preview, okay, I will preview what the questions are as part of the program. Okay, so briefly to explain the program, we started in, this is the difficulty for Zoom meetings. It's really so hard to try to put what time will you put on the time column. Okay, so I just referred to Manila time. And so I'm already supposed to be finishing in terms of our advocacy agenda, but I can see we've now moved a bit now in terms of our start time, just waiting for the shift for people, but that's okay. We will catch up. Okay. So the second part is I haven't once I finish this welcome overview and objectives. I will give an overview of ICAE strategic objectives and plan, just to share with you where we are in terms of ICAE. And I'll invite Katerina, our Secretary General, to be able then to give us focused messages in terms of the AL advocacy agenda, okay, the platforms, some of the processes, and just some of the key messages. Again, this is an overview in terms of what we're doing. This is the first salvo, as we said, our first attempt to be able to reach out. And then I'll invite Maria to speak on ASPBAE's AL advocacy to be able to begin that conversation between ASPBAE and ICAE, and also therefore to be facilitated by an open forum in the end of that session. We have a break, and we might have to make sure that we get the break on time, but I've given that 15 minutes so that our colleagues from Europe are logging on during the break. Werner from UIL, who's a program specialist in UIL, who's in charge of Grail and Confintia, will speak to us. And then we have our sharing of experiences on the responses to national surveys. So as of now, we have Taka speaking and Cecilia from Sweden speaking. And again, as I said, those who said yes that they were part, we would invite you to speak and share your experiences. After speaking, therefore, we will begin to strategize. There were 4 areas of strategic engagement that we have. The first area basically, and the questions are all how. How do we optimize advocacy? How do we engage better? Okay, and therefore, but also therefore, what do we advocate for? So the first one is Confintia, the spaces in Confintia. And when I mean spaces, there are regional spaces, there are global spaces, there are written advocacy papers in terms of advocacy reports, okay, that we can use. The second is a look at SDG 4, particularly the HLPF process. ICAE is positioned very well in terms of the education and academia stakeholder working group within the UN process. Ricarda and Katarina are here in the room. Sorry, I should have asked you to introduce yourself also. Can you now wave, Katarina, so we can see? And then Ricarda, can you switch your camera on and say hello? I think you have to speak so we can say
hello, everybody.
Okay, so Ricarda and Katarina, thank you. So they are the ones that carry our torch in terms of adult learning and education in the HLPF process. What we'd like to look at today is how do we better, as ICAE, facilitate this process where we gather the regional realities, but also host that interregional engagements are more effective in these processes as well. Okay. The third is there's so many things that are happening, but the trend that we observed or the danger is the narrowing down of the SDG 4 agenda, okay? Where again, the threat to us as adult learners have always been it has always been a problem in terms of a focus we've always had for us who've been here since the SDGs or the MDGs. We know the narrowing agenda always focuses on children education. We see this happening again in the COVID climate. So currently, you see the GPE has narrowed its focus just on children. Okay, the Save Our Future campaign is again focusing on children, with adult learning being said that that can be private delivered by the private sector. Okay, and then but also the upcoming Global Education Meeting 2020 and others. And so we've invited colleagues like Maria to lead us into this discussion of how do we therefore address and challenge this trend. And finally, we don't just advocate, we build capacities, we build communities of practice. And so for us in ICAE, and I know there's a long-standing tradition and practice of ASPBAE in terms of BLDC, but also communities of practice, how do we link this advocacy platform as inherently, we learn best as adult educators and adult learners ourselves, we learn best in practice. Okay, so how do we do this? How do we learn best in practice, but also structure that we are doing this? So these are the 4 areas as I was going through. Hopefully you can decide before the break at the latest which of the 4 you'd like to participate in. And our documenters have been assigned for ASPBAE staff. They will document using a platform we call the Padlet, so they can therefore share this later on. And then we finish up with Nani closing the session. So these are the 4 breakout themes, and I just want to remind you, so if you now have a sense, first, Confintia as a platform, second, HLPF as the second platform, that it's not about just the big HLPF meeting, but the interregional dynamics. The third, other global platforms hosted by UNESCO, GPE, or Save Our Future. And finally, this is communities of practice and capacity building. And this is an example of one of the last IALA workshops that we had that was linked to the World Social Forum. Okay, so you don't have to do that now, but Subrat will be monitoring this. But if you want to decide when, make sure before the break, you just write your name and the number. Okay. So this is how we will be reporting in the Padlet. This you don't have to access this for the participants. This is going to be accessed by our documenters. Okay, so this is how they will report at the end of the session. Okay, colleagues. So now that I've set the scene in terms of the objectives, again, engagement, advocacy messages, and strategizing, okay, are the three things that you keep in mind, okay? For us to engage with you and for you to engage with us. Second, for us to identify the advocacy platforms and the messages. And then third, to identify how. Okay, so I will proceed in terms of just engage. This for those of you who are also members of ICAE, and I know that not all ASPBAE members are members of ICAE because ASPBAE is a member of ICAE in terms of its regional members. What are some of ICAE's strategic guidelines that have been approved by the members? This is the detail of the strategic guidelines, but I'd like just to summarize them into the following points. Okay. Some of the key points. One is to sustain global advocacy on ALE, okay, and for the comprehensive approach to lifelong learning in key global advocacy spaces. So what we're doing today is the very first priority strategic guideline for the executive in ICAE that has been approved by the membership. The second, and also as urgent, is for us to secure financial stability as an organization. We have suffered as ICAE in terms of funding, you will know, and it's not easy to get funding for adult learning and education, where all the shift to, has been to children, education, or even vocational education. So our second priority as ICAE is actually to get a stable organization financially, okay? And so that is part of our strategic priorities. The third strategic priorities is more a combination of the next 3 points. Membership engagement, to engage our regional members and national members, keep our members informed in terms of facilitating communication processes, but also expand our membership and strengthen the capabilities to contribute to the global movement. Okay, so it's advocacy, it's financial resourcing, and then it's membership engagement. And the last, the next two are about how we work in terms of intersectoral cross-cutting in terms of our advocacy messages. It's not just about climate change or sustainability. It's as much about gender. It's about ALE in work. So how do we keep this diverse set of ALE themes together? And then how do we promote and instill a gender perspective? And finally, it's around capacity building. Our research, but also our training capacities are very important to be able to continue to advance our advocacy work and to be able to continue to raise resources. So these are the key priorities that the membership has provided to ICAE at the end of the World Assembly that ended in April this year. So we've only been April, May, June, July, August, September, October. We've only been as an executive the last 6 months, and the whole 6 months, of course, we're all locked down in our own respective spaces. Okay. So how have we therefore, and what I've tried to do is to visualize this. So our guiding principles, we affirm it's still right space, intersectorality, cross-cutting, gender, but also intergenerational. At the heart of that, what are our priorities? Our current priority really is financial sustainability of our organization. We've managed to make sure in terms of our sustainability and ability to continue to pay our staff, not at full-time levels, but at a level enough to keep and sustain us towards the end of the year. And so we will continue to reach out to our members to make sure at least the membership fees are paid on time, to mobilize our members to be able to therefore sustain the activities we have, engage our region, communication is the backbone for mobilization, partnerships, and aligned, of course, to our strategic plan, which is basically a core in terms of advocacy, capacity building, and sustaining our visibility. So in terms of membership communication, so you have the website. This is Ricarda at an HLPF event. You have our ability to work with our members. This is Alan, when Alan was president of ICAE, and myself at the 50th anniversary of ASPBAE. And this again is ASPBAE hosting us at one of the regional consultations that happened in Sri Lanka, and here, there you see Ricarda. So we host each other, we visit each other, but also at the bottom is a photograph in the last HLPF where DVV organized an event with UIL, with ICAE, and you see Nani there speaking, and one of the vice ministers or vice deputy directors from Lao speaking also there. So this is where really it's important for us to be able to work more effectively with our regional partners, not just in using the platforms, but also in the engagement strategies that we have. How do we operationalize these principles and these priorities? We basically set up three committees that are basically our operational committees: membership and communication, advocacy and capacity building, finance and human resources. Of course, we have that working interconnected way of working. We have, of course, the Constitutional Advisory Committee that Sandy leads, and Sandy, as the immediate past president of ASPBAE, but immediate past president of ICAE, but also of ASPBAE, is also in the room. Welcome, Sandy. But also recognizing that it's a special period for the executive because it's our 50th anniversary. And so we look forward to your engagement with us in our advocacy events. This is the HLPF last year. These are some of the Twitter, and for those of you in the Twitter sphere and Facebook, how we engage with our members. This is IALA that we're hoping to discuss also today in terms of IALA is the acronym for our Institute for Adult Learning and Advocacy, okay, which is like the BLDC, but also celebrating our 50th. And this was the cover of the ICAE 40th anniversary celebration. And so I think these are the platforms where we hope that you as our members, as ASPBAE and our members, would be able to join us in terms of membership engagement, communication, advocacy, capacity building towards our anniversary. Where are we now in terms of this implementing this strategy? In terms of implementing, we're here. From October to December, there will be regional webinars. And as I said, this is the first of the series of webinars. We are continually engaging with HLPF, Confintia, the Futures of Education that UNESCO has launched, and submitting our proposals or reports and responses to them. We will update you all in terms of our responses. Katarina will preview some of these responses in her presentation shortly, but also we will be able to engage in other platforms. Okay, so this is an ongoing membership engagement with ICAE towards developing an ICAE ALE agenda. We hope that this will happen towards early 2021. We've already tested the process. In a way, we have the Adult Learning and Education Writing Group that has been meeting on the side of this process that will develop the future of ALE paper. And finally, release this in time, hopefully, for the membership or the regional webinar that ICAE will be working with together with the region. I know particularly that UNESCO Bangkok has already indicated a regional event, a regional preparatory event that will happen in 2021 as we lead up to Confintia in 2022.
Robbie, excuse me, the interpreter is requesting you to go a little slower and maybe some pauses.
Okay.
Catch up.
Okay. Okay. So I finished.
Well, then that's for the next speaker.
For Katarina, sorry. Katarina. Yes. So what I've done again is just to present to you and share with you our strategic priorities while the interpreter is catching up with me. Okay, our strategic priorities. Okay, guiding principles. Okay, how this is operationalized and how we hope to see you engage in these processes, but also at the end be able to see how I know I've used a lot of acronyms, but hopefully you're catching up with the acronyms. And for those who are not familiar, while the interpreter is catching up with Confintia, this is the Adult Learning Conference that happens only every 12 years. So this is really a momentous occasion for us in terms of being able to clearly advocate for adult learning at the global level, which is hosted by the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning. So this, on behalf of ICAE, as I say, I thank ASPBAE for hosting this. Again, the key points really for us in ICAE that are our strategic priorities are: one, to engage the members effectively. So we'd really like to hear with you. Two, to be able to find out what our advocacy demands, what the advocacy stories, what the advocacy needs are that are unique to each of the regions, and for us to be able to share this with each other across the regions, but also at the global platforms. And three is to be able to operationalize this relative to our communicating with our members, relative to our capacity building and advocacy work, but also to be able to operationalize this in terms of how do we mobilize resources more effectively for us in ICAE. So with that, I say in Filipino, maraming salamat. Thank you very much for the opportunity today. And with a little bit of a pause, I'll hand on to Katerina so she can share her screen. And while our interpreters are catching up with their breath, and I can catch up with my own breath. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robbie, for giving me the floor. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning from Belgrade. It's good to meet you all here. I'm really glad, but I have to say at the same time that I'm so sorry that I meet you in the virtual space. Remembering all the events I have participated, all the events of ASPBAE in the region, I have the nicest memories of that. So I hope there will be in the near future the chance to go and to participate in the meetings in the region. But let's use the digital technology and share now about what we do and then strategize together. I will speak a bit slower for two reasons. First, because of an interpreter, and because it's early morning, so it's a good rhythm for early morning presentation. And I will start with sharing my screen, and I will continue.
You're also familiar with our colleagues in Central Asia, so
yeah, so
so you
yes,
know how
sure,
to communicate.
And when I say in the region, I also mean Central Asia, because
Yeah.
I have visited the region several times, many times, and again with the nicest memories. So yes, it does include the colleagues in Central Asia as well. So could you please just confirm me that you see my screen?
Can you show full? Yes, we can see the full PowerPoint. Thanks, Katerina.
Yeah, is it okay? Good.
Yes, it's okay. Sorry. Yes.
Okay, great. So Robbie gave you an introduction and an overview of our strategic plan and the principles and some of these elements. And I will focus on our advocacy work, main spaces and main messages. Well, as you know, advocacy works is quite a complex thing and the time is limited, but I will focus on the three main spaces, UN, UNESCO and UIL, and the main messages we use in our advocacy work. So first one is UN, United Nations, and what we do there. Of course, this will be also our one of our breakout groups later on. So I will now just give you an overall an overview of what we do there and what are our main messages. So as you know, in formal terms, ICAE is co-chairing the so-called education and academia stakeholder group. So there are 18 major groups, stakeholder groups, groups that do not belong to the governmental part of UN, but the voices of the others, mostly civil society. So we represent education academia sector, and ICAE is co-chairing together with the Global Campaign for Education. What does it mean, basically? It means that we have a guaranteed space, place, and time in the UN when it comes to the formal meetings, when it comes to the policy papers, statements, the formal voice. We have the formal right to speak, whether some members like it, countries and governments like it or not. And that's very important in the UN system. As you know, it's a very complex, very complicated one. So having this guaranteed space and time to speak is very important, although it's short and limited, but we are really trying to use it at the best for our advocacy messages. Mostly it's related to the high-level political forum, and we have their so-called coordination mechanism, and this represents all the organization members, mostly civil society, but the other groups, and we are gathered in this coordination mechanism. And of course, around we are gathered within these major groups that I mentioned, and ICAE is in the steering committee or steering group. Sometimes we change the name. It means that we have an opportunity to exchange quite a lot with the other groups, to strategize together with them. And that's very important. Without this working together with the others and having a cross-cutting issues, I don't think we would be able to do anything, to achieve anything in the UN. But it means all of us. When you take single groups or single organizations, we are too small to make a difference in the UN, because, as you know, UN deals with important issues like, war and peace and international trade and, the big political agenda. So to fight there for any single issue like education requires a support from the others and cooperation with the others. So this whole HLPF, High-Level Political Forum, that's the time and the space, 2 weeks in July in New York, when we meet to review, to evaluate the results of the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. Of course, it's not only in July in New York. We work throughout the year. There are many meetings, there are many subgroups, task forces. So it's a continuous process, but it culminates in July in New York when everyone meets, the member states, the governments, but also many other international organizations. Our main issues or messages, you see them here in the bottom of this slide. So first of all, we are focused, generally speaking, on SDG 4, quality education and lifelong learning. Robbie mentioned already that SDG 4 has been narrowed down. And there are more and more organizations who talk about it like, oh, that's to put every child in the school. That's this narrowing down. So what we do there together with the partners and colleagues from other groups is to talk about really lifelong learning and adult education, youth and adult education in a broader sense. And that's the main effort we do. So we don't go so much into the single details, into the single issues, but we deal more with the strategic, with the systemic issues. That's why we cooperate, for example, with Financing for Development. And here today in the webinar, there are a few colleagues with whom I participated together in Financing for Development conferences. And we were fighting for, together with other civil society representatives, for more just and equal world with, in terms of financing, especially for the global architecture of financing. So we could later on fight for the share of adult education in it. And it goes on also with the close cooperation with the gender group, so UN Women also, and the major group for women or people with disabilities, major group for older people. So there are several single issues and people who are representing it. So together with them, we work on more general strategic issues. And what we all have in common is fighting for the voice of civil society. Because we see that UN is also shrinking space for civil society, although it's guaranteed, but there are different attempts and different ways how some governments are trying to reduce this space even more. So we all together fight not only for our areas, for our problems and issues, but also for the position and the role of civil society. And with a certain group, we fight for the SDG 4. And it's very contested area, UN, but I have to say, and we can continue later in the group about it, this is the only multilateral space we have today. As you know, all other spaces and international organizations like OECD or the World Bank and so on, it's unilateral or belonging to the group of, rich club countries. So we really try to make this space, to keep this space multilateral, space where different voices could be heard and different groups have space. And what we work very much, Ricardo and me especially, is on giving opportunity to our members and to our partners to come and to speak. So it's ranged from technical support, what do you do, what have you have to do in order to come to HLPF, and how do you get opportunity to speak, and how do you manage this complex space that UN represents. So later on, more about this space in the group. I think it's second group. Now I'm moving to UNESCO. And UNESCO is different in terms of you don't have to explain about why education is important. That's what we have to do very often in the UN. It seems like minor issue. In UNESCO, we don't have to do that because, okay, education is there. It's integral part or one of the pillars of UNESCO, but we have to fight around the conception and concepts and definition and understanding of education and of lifelong learning. And again, in UNESCO, there is a tendency to narrow down to children education, to the formal education, school and so on. And when it comes to adults, there is a lot about skills and competencies and vocational education. And recently, there is a trend to reduce everything to the digital skills and to move the whole education sector to the online and virtual platforms and so on. COVID-19, of course, pushed this approach, and that's what we have to do now and to accept. But what we try to do is to broaden this approach and to send the message that you cannot leave the whole adult education to the virtual platforms, nice applications for mobile phones, and to the digital technology. So UNESCO as a space, we, of course, it's also very complex, and we have several entries there. First one is here, as you can see, literacy. And literacy is shared between UNESCO and UIL. UIL meaning UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, as you know. So we take part in both. But there are also policy documents that we take part in the discussion about them. For example, UNESCO's recommendation on adult education. And we organized a range of the meetings and policy consultations about recommendations. Many of you took part in this round of the discussions, and we did it in all global regions. Currently, there is the Futures of Education consultations, and we are working on a paper. There will be also discussion about it in one of the groups. So we have chosen not to go again to too many details because there is no space for that, but we focus on the main issues. Again, like civil society, the role of civil society, then the understanding and the concept of adult learning and education. And again, we try not to focus too much on skills and competencies, but to have a holistic approach. We also talk about, or we will talk because we are about to submit this paper. We will talk also about professionalization of adult learning and education. This is a very neglected area. Adult education as a subsector of lifelong learning and so on. And related to UNESCO, but not fully depending on it, Global Education Monitoring Report. And from time to time, we have, depending on the edition of Global Education Monitoring Report, GMR, From time to time, we also take part in a single consultations. Currently, it's about non-state actors, so it's very much related to adult education. But in the previous editions, we actively took part also and have contributed. So in UNESCO, we are not fighting so much for our role and for our space as civil society. It's more open for civil society. We are very often invited also, but there is a big issue about the role of adult learning and education within the lifelong learning, and of course those single issues that we have to fight for. So this was UNESCO, and now I'm moving to the last one, and that's UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning as a space. So UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning is not only a space for advocacy, but it's also our partner. And somehow we have this common area where that we together present and fight for. In other spaces, we try to make it a case, and that's adult learning and education. Since lifelong learning is a widely accepted paradigm and a concept, what we do is giving our contribution within UIL and sometimes together with UIL in positioning adult learning and education within the lifelong learning concept, within the lifelong learning area. And there are several subsectors or sub-areas where we do it. There is first Confitea 6, so it was follow-up and implementation of Balanced Framework for Action. And with this webinar, we will move to the Confitea 7. As a matter of fact, we already moved. So we were very active in preparing and participating Confitea 6. We were very active in the Confitea 6 follow-up. Now we are stepping into the Confitea 7 and trying to actively shape the messages we will have at Confitea 7. There is, as I said, literacy area that is shared by UNESCO and UIL, and UIL is the founder and establisher, one of the establisher of the Global Alliance for Literacy. And of course, we will try also to give the contribution to adult literacy within this space. GRAIL national reports, it belongs to Confiteas and to the follow-up, and there will be more talks about it later. This will be also the topic of our discussion later, so I won't go to too many details, but so just to capture in the end these two main issues. So where is adult education with lifelong learning? And I have to say there are different opinions on that, there are different approaches, but we have an intensive dialogue, and in many single events related to that, we exchange and try really to give the best contribution to position adult education with lifelong learning and to link it to the SDG 4 and to what we do in the UN. Through different participation in the events, in the conferences, participation in formal events, side events, and so on. And there is a range of specific areas, specific issues related to adult learning and education and youth and adult education that we take part within the UIL or together with UIL. And I can mention maybe like now professionalization of adult learning and education. It's one of them, curricular development and trainings. But there is a really big range and it depends on the moment in time. In literacy continuous process, I can mention the project we had this year. It was about mapping youth and adolescent literacy efforts in ICAE regions. So there are different spaces, different areas, but our main messages are around that. And of course, I will just at the end mention several single issues that we shared also with our colleagues from ASPBAE, who are also active with us. We do it, most of it, we do it together, of course, including also our members and our other regions. For example, when it comes to gender, this is an issue where we are very active in. When it comes to financing youth and adult education, privatization and commercialization, we see it as a tendency where we really need to step in and to give our experiences and our critical position on that. But also other, like, as I said, professionalization or trainings, the focus on skills and competencies that we accept partly, but we also have a critical view on that. And of course, the digital tools as probably the most important topic currently because of the COVID-19. But we try to have a long-term view on that and to give our contribution not only to the current issues, but also to these broader future perspectives. So some of these areas and topics will be considered later in the breakout groups, in our single rooms. So, but that's, I think, enough for the overall introduction.
Thank you very much, Katerina.
Back to you, Robbie.
Thanks, Katerina. And I'd like to welcome myself. I can hear myself.
Yeah.
Somebody switch off their speakers or microphone. Okay. It's disturbing. Anyway, so how do we proceed? Anyway, thank you very much, Katerina. And I'd like to pass on to Maria. I'd like to welcome again. I've noticed that there are more participants in the room. I'd like to welcome Christiana from UIL, who I see. And Christiana, if you can just wave while Maria is preparing her slides. And thank you. And okay, thank you very much, colleagues. And so, Maria, over to you for your presentation. Thanks, Maria.
Can you hear me? Am I unmuted?
Yes, you're now muted. You're freezing, but we can hear you.
Yeah, my line is acting up, but can you see my screen now, colleagues?
It just to have the full screen.
I can see your screen, Maria.
That's it. Okay, thank you, Maria.
On full screen. All right.
Yes.
Well, colleagues, greetings to everyone from wherever you are in the world. My name is Maria Khan. I think most, well, if not all, know me, and that's my designation anyway on the screen. My task for today in this session is basically to share ASPBAE's advocacy approach, our advocacy efforts, to complement what we've heard earlier from ICAE with a view towards finding ways of better synergizing and complementing and building on each other's efforts. I have a tendency to also speak quite fast, also because I know I'll have to be racing against time given the delays. So Susmita or colleagues who are noticing that our translator Khurshid is struggling to keep up, just please tell me and I'll attempt to slow down. All right, well, I think the first statement to make on this, colleagues, is that adult learning and education obviously is a core part of ASPBAE's overall advocacy. It is, we believe, an integral part of the right to education. It is a key component of lifelong learning. And we believe that it has the power to radically transform lives for the better, especially of marginalized groups. And it is very important, we won this battle, that it forms part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which governments and development agencies around the world signed on to in 2015. And it's recognized to be critical in the overall achievement of the SDG agenda. It is articulated as a priority in the standalone goal for education, which is SDG 4, and it's made reference to in other SDGs in relation to health, decent work, responsible consumption and production, and of course in relation to climate action. So it just reinforces the recognition that adult learning and education is important in the achievement of other goals. For us in ASPBAE, and I think now this I think will resonate with a lot of what Katerina had shared, no? In terms of the advocacies that we articulate when we participate in different spaces. For us in ASPBAE, advancing adult learning and education in lobbying and advocacy and in the policy engagements that we undertake,
means making a case for ALE in different dimensions. We make a case for ALE in policy, making sure that there are constitutional and legislative frameworks on ALE, which become foundational for explicit policies on adult learning and education, which are then concretized in costed, publicly funded, and publicly led programs with clear systems of delivery, especially down to the community level. We know that ALE is a huge universe, and so the policies and the programs of ALE should speak to the range of adult learning and education aspects and components, with literacy as a core and foundational component of ALE, with literacy translated not as a finite process, but as a continuum. No? And especially in the period of COVID, we have seen how digital literacy has become, in fact, an important need, especially for poor people, to be able to access basic health education that saves lives, and also in accessing information about social welfare programs, about responses, social welfare responses that could assist them in the period of the pandemic and emergencies. And of course, there are aspects in adult learning and education that relate to second chance learning, continuing education, of course, TVET, and learning opportunities for citizenship, for well-being, and promoting a just peace. For us also, ALE means making a case for stronger governance and substantial and meaningful participation of different stakeholders. We believe that to deliver best on ALE, there should be a convergence of different players, of different agencies and government bodies who deliver ALE, beyond just those in the ministries of education. We believe that it is important that mechanisms for substantive participation of different stakeholders are also present, NGOs, community-based groups, and a mechanism in our region, peculiarly in our region, for making this convergence and participation possible are community learning centers. There are emerging learning cities as well, and learning communities, which we think should be explored further and advanced further and supported, because these provide mechanisms for meaningful participation and convergence. Of course, high on the agenda is financing, obviously greater allocations to ALE in national budgets. I think, colleagues, we all know the story in relation to ALE in national budgets. Successive GRAIL reports have spoken to this being less than 1% of education budgets, so really a paltry sum in education budgets allocated to ALE. During the period of the COVID pandemic, we have had to make a strong case for adult learning and education to be resourced as well in the recovery and stimulus packages being generated or being developed by the government in response. No? In health education, in skills work, especially for returning migrants and people who have been rendered almost overnight unemployed by the pandemic. There has been, and we of course admire and support our governments in trying to find innovative mechanisms to generate more resources for education. That's fine, and in ASPBAE we're trying to review exactly how that plays out and what that means. But in our view, the more sustainable path towards domestic resource mobilization is, we think, through tax justice measures, which then widen the pool of resources for social services, for education, and in turn for adult learning and education. So measures which prevent capital flight, measures which give undue advantage and undue incentives to rich people, to corporations, and therefore keeping money away from the public coffers, which could then be allocated to education and adult learning and education, are measures which would actually build the resource base from the millions to the billions and the billions to the trillions. It's not, it shouldn't be just about chump change that we should be talking about. And of course, expanding development cooperations for adult learning and education. It's not just any adult learning and education, colleagues. I think we've unpacked this matter several times before. It's not about poor quality education for poor people that we're talking about, but it's for quality, equitable, and inclusive adult learning and education, which is learner-centered, context-based, culturally and linguistically appropriate. There should be mechanisms for measuring this and evaluation to feed in back to improve quality. On the day, on International Teachers' Day, it's important to underscore the need to professionalize ALE trainers, not only teachers in the formal system, but adult learner and education trainers, ensure their compensation and work conditions are commensurate to the valuable contributions that they offer. There should be systems for multiple pathways encompassing formal, non-formal, informal systems where prior learning and experiences, especially this is important for adults, are recognized, validated, and accredited. And of course, this is all within the context of paying particular attention to the needs of marginalized groups and communities. Another major premise, and I think this speaks to what Katarina also mentioned earlier in her presentation, is that while there is growing skepticism of the SDGs and the SDG 4 and its ability of the international community to deliver on this, we still believe that this global consensus still offers a very powerful lever to make a case for ALE, as it is part of the agenda, and we should not surrender this ground. So our advocacy strategy is premised on this ongoing belief. It is also premised that on the understanding that we are fairly well organized. We have a presence at country, regional, and global levels. That has been a product of our efforts for decades. And we are keen to harness this all in more substantive ways for ALE advocacy. Of course, we are cautioned by the fact that the COVID-19 context presents several challenges, that we have had to nuance our work and recast and refine our approaches given existing realities. So moving on to colleagues, the strategies. Well, of course, similar to ICAE, and this is where we have actually in practice complemented each other's efforts. We have been advancing ALE in various regional and global policy platforms that we are part of and are engaged in. We have been very active in the SDG 4 architecture and mechanisms, mainly through the Education 2030 Steering Committee, through the collective consultation of NGOs on Education 2030. At the regional level, the body which follows up on SDG 4 in particular is the Thematic Working Group on Education 2030, convened by UNESCO and UNICEF. We are a civil society representative there. They convene an annual meeting, the Asia Pacific meeting on education for 2030. It's like a technical group which gathers the national focal points of SDG 4 to learn from each other, develop capacities, and track progress. And I think every 4 years, I think, there's a ministerial meeting which is organized to take a stock of where things are at and give political direction as far as the SDG 4 agenda is concerned. The Asia Pacific Regional Education Ministers Conference or consultation was supposed to be held in 2020. It's been moved to 2021. And a major part of the agenda there is the 5-year progress report on SDG 4. And ASPBAE has been part of the group that has drafted this report. And we have in particular been part of the subgroup on adult literacy and on the SDG target in relation to skills for life and work, and in analyzing the governance mechanisms, particularly in relation to civil society participation. ICAE and ASPBAE have worked together in the SDG-related processes steered by New York and the HLPF, and in the regional processes. We will speak more to that later on in the subgroup, so I won't elaborate on that. We are in the board of the Global Partnership for Education, and many of our members are also part of the local education groups. These are the country level spaces where development partners and governments converge to agree on an education sector plan, which is foundational for funding by the GPE or the Global Partnership for Education. And of course, we have started in participating in the unfolding Confintea 7 preparatory processes, as we have been active in this in the previous Confintea spaces. We fully believe that it's one thing to be able to track participation in global and regional processes, but the real delivery in terms of ALE is actually having to happen at the country level, and therefore we need to scale up country level ALE advocacy actions. There are two initiatives that we are undertaking or have undertaken so far. First is around the volunteer national reviews, which is the basic or the primary process at the country level, tracking the SDGs and therefore SDG 4. We thought, let's review how it has in 12 countries. Those that are underlined came up with standalone reports analyzing their own VNR experiences and how ALE has been attended to this. So these are India, Nepal, the Philippines, and Vietnam. And in particular, in India and Nepal, this has been very helpful in engaging with the VNR process in 2020, since they volunteered for the VNRs in this particular period. I think just suffice, we have launched the report as a part of this webinar series. I think on the screen you will see the front cover of that report. The main thing to say, colleagues, there is if you're looking for ALE, adult learning and education, you won't find it. But there are other expressions of adult learning and education which offer opportunities for us to capture and start a conversation with the SDG platforms in our countries and indeed with the education ministries. It's referred to as trainings, it's referred to as skills building, it's referred to as awareness raising, literacy figures in, of course, adult learning and education for work is very prominent. So these offer a lot of opportunities, especially in terms of engagement in the other targets related to poverty, hunger, climate action, peace, etc., that we should be mindful of. But there are other policy processes in the countries which are probably far more strategic because they really speak to the energy and the decision-making mechanisms in those countries. So part of our effort as well is supporting our members in those countries to occupy those spaces and make sure ALE is part of that agenda. So there's an ongoing process on law on adult learning systems in the Philippines, the Education Act process in India, an adult education and adult literacy policy process in Afghanistan, and education sector planning processes in Vietnam, only as examples of these arenas which we have been trying to engage in. I think the third major thrust, colleagues, is around making sure that there is a stronger interaction between adult learning and education and SDG 4 with the other SDGs. And we have chosen in particular SDG 5 and SDG 8. This is because as the SDG 4 was unfolding, we realized, colleagues, that there was most traction in the understandings around TVET, around skills for work. Governments were responding most to this aspect of ALE, of the ALE targets in the SDG agenda. So we were observing as well that a lot of major skills programs were being rolled out in the different countries in our region. So we thought what would be critical is to interrogate those and from the clear lens of people who are most marginalized in the world of work. And in our view, that would be marginalized women as they experience different layers of discrimination in the workplace. They are largely in the informal sector as well. Of course, a majority of workers in any case are in the informal sector, but they face other layers of disadvantage compared to their male counterparts. So we thought, let's analyze what are the policies and what are the financing options in skills for work being offered at the moment, and how do these affect and benefit marginalized women. So we run this study in India, in Indonesia, and Vietnam, and Bangladesh. Our partners are on the screen. And we, in the process, developed a gender-just framework for skills for work for marginalized women. Basically, what we were observing is that most of the skills programs are gender blind. They're one-off. They only address the technical side. When if we want to really reach out and empower marginalized women through skills for work, then we should approach, it should be approached from an ecosystem approach, no? Where the different learning needs and contexts of women, they're in access to papers that allows them the formality of being part of work, the constraints they face in their families, the restrictions on their mobility, the backlash that they experience as they begin to have more power economically in their families and in their communities. These need to be attended to in an ecosystem if we are to make a dent in reaching out to marginalized women through skills for work. And through this effort, we have expanded our connections outside the education movement to the women's movement, those advancing non-traditional livelihoods for women, and movements around social entrepreneurship and social enterprise. Am I still on, colleagues?
Yes, Maria.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, because my screen is hung there. Okay, the fourth, and I'm coming to close to the end, colleagues, so I'm sorry if I'm going over time, is around our youth engagement in the COVID context. Women and youth are in ASPBAE core constituencies that we are sustaining capacity building and engagement and strengthening as core constituencies for. And so with respect to youth engagement, we have expanded our youth-led action research work. This time, understanding how the COVID-19 has impacted on young people, particularly marginalized youth, and the impacts and implications of this on education and learning opportunities they have lost, or that we are arguing that they should have access to enable them to respond better to the crisis. And we have undertaken this in those countries, in 9 countries in our region with these partners, which is on the screen. And this has given us very good insights coming from young people themselves in terms of what should be included in the school, recovery programs of governments, in the continuing education programs being set in place by governments in the public education system, in the social welfare schemes that have to be rolled out and how to be attentive to youth. And these are still ongoing in terms of our advocacy processes. Obviously, this have to be supported through capacity building opportunities. A lot of them is on site. A lot of them is mentoring and experience sharing and joint strategizing as we participate in these different spaces together. But there are also more structured opportunities for capacity building and regional capacity building workshops, one of which was the GRAIL 5 report we organized in July, the online workshops, which is being undertaken now, and we've organized several of them since the pandemic put us in, kept us in our homes and having had to resort to more online based activities. And I think one major thrust of ASPBAE has also been around how to harness the rich communities of practice of adult educators in our region in ways by which their strong practice could inform good policy and our advocacies for good policy. And of course, we do this with different partners. Outstanding one, of course, would be the International Council for Adult Education, of which we are a proud member, the DVV International, UNESCO Bangkok, and the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning. By no means the only partners, but these are the core partners that we are involved in terms of our advocacy efforts. So colleagues, that in a nutshell would be the AL advocacy engagements of ASPBAE, and we are keen to continue the conversation in the small groups and certainly to find ways of synergizing our efforts, especially with ICAE globally. Thanks, Robbie. Thanks, colleagues, for your attention.
Thanks, Maria. And again, yeah, we're going, colleagues, we're going a bit over time. So I just want to welcome colleagues who have come into the room who are going to speak to us. Werner from UIL is on the room. And so Werner, if you could just say hello while we're waiting.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks, Werner. And Cecilia has also joined us.
Hi, Maria.
And so I just want to say we will just have a few minutes. I committed to an open forum. So colleagues, we know we're running late, but because of the delay in the start, Nani, can we host an open forum even just for 10 minutes, and so people can still have a 5-minute break if possible? Just I know the thing of one webinar after the other. So Nani, are you ready to host our open forum? There are some questions, colleagues, sorry. The chat is available for you to ask questions. Shaheen, welcome. Shaheen has asked the question and we responded around a training in adult learning. And I know UIL and DVV, and with the help that we're doing, in ICAE is also planning an online version to that. And Katerina has confirmed that in the chat space. Welcome, Cecilia. Can we just test your microphone as we wave to Cecilia? Okay. Okay, so any other questions?
The microphone is on now.
Yes, thanks, Celia. Any other questions? You can raise your hands. As we said, we tried that earlier. If there are any questions on ICAE's strategic priorities, Maria's presentation, and Katerina's presentation as well, you can see synergies, strong synergies in the work, but also there's really a very particular aspect that regional organizations need can focus on, which for us at the international level are more difficult. And so can I see if there are hands raised? Otherwise, again, you're free to ask questions on the chat box. We're monitoring the chat box as well to be able to respond as best as possible. Nani?
Yeah.
Is Nani here? I thought Nani had to leave also.
I'm here.
Hi,
I
Nani.
think, yeah. I think there is no question so far. No one raised their hands.
No one raised their hands. Everybody would like to have a few minutes. Even from our colleagues, no questions?
This does mean maybe the people ready to go for the next session.
Okay, can we just give everybody while we just test to make sure that our speakers for the next, please, can we declare, Nani, a break, a 5-minute break, and we'll start at 6, well, again, my time it's 6:15. It's 15 minutes after the hour.
Okay, 15 minutes after the hour. So now,
so that means we're running 15 minutes late. So please, so it's 15 minutes after the hour, or for those in India, after the half hour, whatever.
For Jakarta, 2:15, back to 15. The Philippines, 3:15. Back.
Yeah, so we originally were to start at the hour, and so just we'd like to make sure to check our colleagues in presentation. So please join us in 5 minutes actually, so we can begin on time 15 minutes after the hour or 15 minutes after the half hour, wherever you are in our world. Thank you very much, everybody, and thanks to Katarina and thanks to Maria for your presentations. Round of applause for everybody. I wish I could do some icebreakers. So let's try that. Thank you. So let's check. So Werner first. Werner, we will, Subrat, stay on. Subrat has your presentation. Can we just check, Werner, you said hello on your microphone?
Yes, I'm still there. Shall I just try to share from my screen, to share my screen?
Okay, so if you can share from your screen.
Easy said.
Let's just check.
Share screen. Where is it there?
Yep. And I don't know if Katerina mentioned to you, Werner, but more than half of the people in the room were not involved in the first UIL regional webinar. Okay, but there's a few who were able to, so we did a little poll at the start. So 69% said they were not part of the first, they didn't attend the first webinar. And the second poll was how many of you were involved in your country national reports. And there was 29%. I would say 3 or 4 or 5 of the people in the room might have had participation, aside from Cecilia and Taka.
So shall I then go a bit into the process?
Katerina, just an overview of the process in terms of just where we are at the moment, so people.
Yeah, no, that I would have done that anyhow. I think just to understand whether it is necessary to give some more background, but I think that's manageable.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Werner. So yeah, we can share your screen. Stay on. I just want to check. Cecilia and Taka, we have your slides. Do you prefer to also share your screen? I'll get Taka first. Taka? Is Taka there, or he took a break? Or Cecilia?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, do you prefer to share your screen, or do you prefer us to share your slides?
Perhaps it's easier if you share my slides.
Okay, so let's just try it. Cecilia, Subrat, can you share Cecilia's slide, just the 2 slides?
Sure. I mean, this particular screen sharing has to be closed.
Yes, that's okay. Yeah, you can close Werner for a while, just so we know that. Okay.
Right, and the next one.
The next one.
And another click.
And another click.
Right.
Yep.
Good.
Okay. Good.
Fine then.
Thanks, Cecilia, and just Taka. Last, is Taka on?
Okay. Let me try.
You can try. Thanks, Taka. And then I will pass on to Katerina. Hopefully she's had her break. Oh, I should remind people to select their groups. Oops. Anyway, yep. When they come back.
Group questions on the chat box as well, so you can direct them there.
Is my slide shown now?
Not yet, Taka.
No.
Okay. I need to choose. I'm still not familiar with this.
So do you want us to share, Taka?
Yeah, I would like to operate my slide by myself. So let me try.
Okay. Try.
Is Taka a co-host? Does he have to be a co-host to share a screen?
Subrat?
Now, there you go.
No, anyone can share screen.
Okay.
I'm not in the screen. No.
Is my slide on?
Not yet. You just started. Yep.
It's starting, Taka.
Yep.
Yeah, it usually takes time. I know.
Are you in Japan, Taka, or in Nepal?
No, in Tokyo. I plan to be back on 23rd of October because my visa expires.
No, Taka, it says Taka has started
I'm
sharing.
sharing. Not yet.
Not yet. It hasn't come out. So the Tokyo bandwidth is slower than the
Very slow.
Very slow.
Oh, come on, Taka.
I'm trying. What happened? Because it says, sorry, it says sharing screen is temporarily suspended. I don't know why.
Oh, so Brad?
Should I try this? Okay, let me try again.
There it is. Is that you, Taka? Yes, that's you, Taka, because it's Japanese all over there.
Got it.
Okay, you can see it. Yeah.
Yeah, we see it.
You're
on. Okay. So I stop now, okay?
Okay. You can stop now, and I will just there are a few questions about so I'll welcome back. Katarina, I'm just going to do the reminder of the breakout groups, sorry, and then I'll pass on to you. Okay. Where am I? Sorry. Where's the screen? Oh dear. Where's the screen?
Should be closed. I just want to say hello to all.
Shaheen, hello, welcome. Yep.
How is everyone, and the young Maria and President Nani and all? I hope they're all well.
Yes, they're all waving to you. You can see Sandy is also waving to you. I can't seem to share my screen. Oh, there it is. Sorry. So as people are being welcomed back into the room, can you see which screen are you seeing?
We're seeing the screen, Robbie.
Which one? You can see the breakout groups?
As well as you.
Yes, Robbie, we can see the breakout group.
Yep.
group
Yeah, so just a reminder before we start, please, again, select your breakout. So welcome back. Select your breakout. The first, again, as we said, the focus of the breakout groups is strategizing. So how do we better engage with Confintia? Okay. How do we better engage with HLPF, but also interregional, but also region to the International Council? How do we engage with other platforms, particularly when we are experiencing the narrowing of the agenda of SDG 4 in particular, as Maria had captured very clearly? And finally, how do we engage really with each other and our members in building communities of practice and building our capacity for adult learning and education advocacy? I know it may be hard, but we just need, even small groups would really be good for us to be able to engage with this. I invite Taka and Cecilia, and I think Werner and Christiana might still be on board to be able to join us in Confintia. But maybe Werner and Christiana, you want other groups also as well, but that's okay. So, but yeah, so I'd like to now pass on to, again, welcome back everybody. I'm passing the facilitation to Katarina, and we would like to set up the screen for Werner to be able to present. Thanks, Katarina, very much.
Thank you, Robbie. So welcome back after the short break. And thanks to Robbie for setting the stage for the central question, the central topic of our webinar today. I'm really glad to welcome Werner Mauch from UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning. And I can say, Werner, I hope you won't mind if I say, Confitea is your second name. Sometimes you're...
Hope to get the third and fourth as well.
For us, Werner is a symbol for Confitea process. And we work together for so many years, or maybe I should talk about decades now already, in different stages of Confitea process. And you know all how important Confitea is for us as a milestone event, and really one of the most relevant, or probably the most relevant process of policy making, policy implementation and monitoring when it comes to adult learning and education. So it's been so from the very beginning, from 49 in the first conference in Denmark till the last one. And now we have also midterm conferences. So it's not only because it's every 12 years, 13, 14, depending. It's a flexible process, obviously, and it's good, a good thing about it. So it's because it really sets the stage for everything we do in adult learning and education for a long, very long period. And that's not only the advocacy space, but that's also the common effort. That's how we experience it, a common effort for governments, for UIL, for civil society, for academia, all the actors who are really committed to adult learning and education. And because it's so important, this preparatory process is very crucial. We have always repeated, and I think that's what we share very much with UIL, that Confitea is not a conference, it's not an event. The Confitea is also all the steps in between, preparatory process for a conference and the follow-up of it. And if we are not actively engaged and working in this preparatory process, the conference itself cannot succeed. So we experienced it already, and that's why we have been always so much engaged, and that's why we are so keen now to boost the preparation for the Confitea 7 in Morocco. And that's why we are so glad to welcome Werner to update us. We have already chance to hear Werner and to exchange with him in the other preparatory conference, the conferences and the meetings we already had with the UIL. Now we would like, Werner, to hear from you a little bit about some update about the current stage of preparations, about the challenges and what do you do in order to overcome them, but also about how can we engage further, Are there already some steps prepared, and what are the current activities? Where do you see possibilities for us to engage more? How can we work together towards CONFITEA 7? Werner, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Katharina. And good afternoon to everybody, specifically Maria, Robbie, Nani, also Cecilia. It's a good opportunity for me and us to, at this time, to share where we are. We are, as Katharina rightly said, in the preparatory process. In principle, we are always in preparatory processes or in follow-up processes, as Katharina also had said. It's not just a conference, it's a process. And ICAE has been a key partner for UNESCO UIL throughout at least the last 2.5 decades, since I am following things since Hamburg. And there were also different stages of cooperation and presence. But I think since we are at UNESCO and UIL somehow proud that CONFITEA is an example where civil society is relatively well represented in the overall process, and access to the conference and hearing the voice of civil society is well given. I will come back to this later. We'll also see how to improve that, or how to engage better in that process. For the moment, I see ourselves in the middle of preparatory. Ah, yeah, I love it. It is always the case that.
Can you manage the presentation? Is it frozen?
I just make another attempt. Oh, I'm sorry. And I can't. Yeah. Is it visible?
Yes, go to the next slide so we can check if it's fine. Yes, perfect. Go on.
Good, thank you. So when looking at the situation with the GRAIL 5 survey, GRAIL, for those who are not that much familiar with the process, the Global Report on Adult Learning and Education is a key instrument to show about and to explain what is the situation in adult learning and education worldwide. UIL, UNESCO produces this report every 3 years since 2009. It has become the key instrument since Belém, and is looking and is giving an account with regard to the commitments of member states. Member states made their commitments through the Belém Framework for Action at the last conference, and the global report is following in how far member states keep their promises. That's in principle the way how GRAIL should work. And we have produced GRAIL 4 and launched it in December last year. And immediately we at UIL started to go for the next issue, for the next edition, GRAIL 5. And GRAIL 5 will be the key working document for CONFITEA. Also, in terms of UNESCO and conferences, working documents are these documents that are relevant for the conference process. And always UNESCO has to deliver a state-of-the-art document. And this state-of-the-art document will be GRAIL 5. It will serve as the background, as the key basis for further discussions. It shows what is the situation of adult learning and education at the moment, taking into account the last 12 years, and so enabling participants in looking forward. It will make, in principle, these link. It provides the link between past, present, and future. And GRAIL 5 will give an account, especially about the last 3 years, but also about the full period of the 12 years since Belém, showing in how far member states have kept realizing their commitments. And there is also a second component, meanwhile, with GRAIL. It does not only follow the process of implementation of the Belém framework for action, which are the commitments 12 years ago made by CONFINTIA 6, but also about the realization, the implementation of the RAIL, the Recommendation on Adult Learning and Education, which is a second policy, a global policy document where member states did also commit to follow a certain line of progression towards a certain new status of adult learning and education. And GRAIL gives account about member states' efforts with regard to these two policy documents. I'm using always this metaphor of glasses with two lenses. Member states are looking into their realities of adult learning and education through one glass, the Belém framework for action, the other glass, the recommendation on adult learning and education. So we have started preparations towards GRAIL 5 already last December, immediately after the launch. The principle is that member states produce national reports about the situation of ALE, about the situation with the 5 areas of action of the Belém framework for action. These areas of action are policy, governance, financing, quality, and participation. And in relation to the 3 fields of learning of the RAIL, which are literacy and basic skills, professional development and vocational skills, and citizenship skills related to community engagement. And these 5 areas of action in 3 fields of learning, this is the principle of GRAIL. And we are using these 5+3 matrix since GRAIL 4 intensively, and will be also used for the next. And member states got in, I think in March, no, in May, got questionnaires to fill out and give an account and report about the situation of ALE. These questionnaires are to be filled by focal points. We are asking national commissions to nominate focal points, and these focal points then fill in the questionnaires, which is the national report then which gives account about the situation of adult learning and education. And so we at the end take together the information we got from the 160 plus focal points from all member states to construct the analysis of the global report. The deadline of submitting these questionnaires was 30th of September. We are in all regions still not in all cases through with the nomination process. This is something we know quite well. But looking at Asia and Pacific at the moment, from all 47 member states, 38 member states have nominated focal points. These are 81%. And this is somehow along the lines which we have experienced always. Those who have not yet nominated, under them, for instance, Kazakhstan, Myanmar, Singapore, Tonga, Tajikistan, and Timor-Leste. These are countries which we are still chasing, and we hope that they still nominate. We don't expect necessarily an entry from Singapore. We have a kind of difficult relation with them. They at the end did never participate in the GRAIL survey, but we would expect still at least 2 more. We expect that Kazakhstan and Myanmar, for instance, would nominate a focal point. And that would be absolutely in line with previous years. The surveys submitted until the deadline of 30th September are 14 only, which is a bit disappointing, but which is also not out of all questions. We are currently reminding member states to submit their survey and have given them a new deadline until the end of this week. So we are still optimistic that we'll get these. This is a kind, we are more and more experienced with this process. Just looking into the other regions in Africa, of 48 member states, we have 37 nominated focal points and 17 submitted reports. In the Arab states, it's always better because they are not that much. We have 19 focal points out of 20 member states and 14 reports already. In Europe and North America, we have out of 49 member states, 45 focal points. So this is somehow the best representation, and 30 of them have already submitted. So that looks quite good. In America, Latin America and the Caribbean, we have 30 focal points out of 35 member states, and 17 have already submitted. The situation is in principle as usual. I would still expect that we can get beyond the 159 member states that had reported last time. And so from our understanding, although there are these constraints with COVID-19, which brought about some delay, and also we had problems to get the UNESCO executive board session done in time. Parts of the question had to be agreed by them, but we are in time. But we also need to stick to this time frame. It's crucial for us. Looking at the conference in June 2022, this is the overall point we are heading towards, and this point guides us in our activities, and that's why we also need somehow to be kind of strict with the timeline. Now, looking at the survey tool, the questions of the survey in the PDF form have been shared with some of the partners, I think with DVV International, also with ICAE. It is not a secret. The PDF, the questions themselves are, there is nothing should be hidden behind that, but the access to the online tool is restricted to the focal points. This has been somehow the kind of delicate situation we are still in, and originally, we had planned for a series of workshops with DVV International where focal points and civil society representatives would have come together. And so a kind of natural disclosure would have happened, which was not possible under COVID-19 situation. So we are still somehow in this delicate situation that UNESCO, we are not free just to share the identity of the focal points, but focal points need to be addressed or contacted via the national commissions. It's also not at all somehow they need a closed process. National commissions are of course free to share with anybody to who is this focal point, and they are free to provide the link, but they are in principle under control, and we leave these process to them and ask anybody from member states, if you want to contact the focal point, address your national commission and so get the link to them. So that's the principal way. And civil society involvement, as I already mentioned, from our perspective, is a kind of key aspect of Confintia. Looking at ALE practice without the key actors, which are to a certain extent civil society organizations, they are provide a most relevant part of a practice in member states, and in adult learning and education it is especially crucial that civil society is part of this overall process. So we promote it, but are not always entirely in control of the process. With regard to the focal points, for instance, it is with the national commissions. Looking at what are we going to do, looking at the analysis process, what are we going to do with these answers? We have a regular consultant, it's the University of Cambridge, researchers from the University of Cambridge who do the overall analysis. They do the analysis of the incoming reports according to the BELEM framework for action. They use the data that they get from us and look at them through these 5+3 matrix and through these two classes we have. We have tried to implement a rolling deadline starting with those who had nominated their focal points early, also to convince them to submit early. It did not turn out that well as we had expected. In Europe somehow, and with some Asian states, Japan, for instance, I think was relatively early, if I remember right, but not in all cases. So we try to get the reports as soon as possible, and before the deadline. It did not work out that well, we thought. A first version of analysis of the monitoring part we hope to get in December. So until then, all the results of the questionnaires are aggregated and disaggregated, and the chapter author, the author of the monitoring chapter, is supposed to produce a first draft of the monitoring chapter in December so that we can have a look and revise it until and in January. So we also, as you know, there are two parts of GRAIL. As each GRAIL, there is a thematic focus, and GRAIL 5 will have the thematic focus on citizenship education. We have a specific consultant for that, Carlos Torres from the University of California in Los Angeles, who will be the author. We do not have anymore the role of an editor. We play this ourselves. So we at URL then bring together the draft two chapters, the monitoring chapter and the thematic chapter, and construct out of that the overall report with its two parts. The data we give to our consultant for an analysis will result in two kinds of analyses. There will be the global analysis with the 5+3 through the 5+3 matrix, but we also ask this time for the first time for 5 regional analyses, so that for each region we get a separate analysis along these lines. What is the situation in the 5 areas of action and the 3 fields of learning? And the specific reason is that we will have the 5 regional preparatory conferences, and these data from the regions we can use to a certain extent for the preparatory processes. I look at the situation with regard to the timeline. There is not, how to say, that much change. So far, we know that the conference should take place in 2022. The host country agreement is in process. It is will be handed over to the ambassador, but there is no reaction so far from them. We plan for a series of preparatory conferences in 2021. These preparatory conferences will be led or conducted by the UNESCO regional offices. And the good news is that in Asia and Pacific, the Bangkok office is leading this. They are one of the most effective and efficient UNESCO regional offices, and they already explored or declared readiness and contacted the other offices within the region to do sub-regional consultations, and they have agreed upon this possibility. And so the UNESCO offices Delhi, Almaty, Apia, and Beijing will probably or are ready to do sub-regional consultations with in their areas. So that's and Asia is the most advanced region. The office has committed to undertake this preparatory process, and they have contacted already together with us the other UNESCO offices. So there the situation is relatively well advanced. Final look at the conference itself. Participation in the conference is determined by the UNESCO Executive Board. They will decide on it in its spring session in April, but this is a kind of routine undertaking. There principal invitees are the ministers responsible for ALE. They are asked to form national delegations, and the DG always asks them to include in their national delegations representatives of civil society. So that's the first possibility, that civil society members are part of the national delegations because the ministers or the government invites them to be part of that. This is the first way of participating. The second way is that UNESCO has an established list of NGOs and CSOs which are recognized by UNESCO. ICAE and ASPBAE are among them, and a series of others. And these recognized NGOs will be invited to Confindere as well, but in the status of observers. And finally, the third possibility is that civil society representatives are invited as experts by the conference organizers, in principle by UIL, UNESCO. So it's along these three lines where participation is possible. And the best one is, of course, to be part of a national delegations which works quite well in some countries, in others does not always. But that's the situation at the moment. And so let's look how to improve this process, and so that all the actors are sensitized appropriately and find the way to Morocco next year appropriately and well equipped with the right information. Thank you for the moment.
Thank you very much, Werner, for updating us. We were curious and impatient waiting for the information, and you really shared them, so thanks for that. And well, working towards Morocco 2022, there are obviously still many things to do. And these lines, I would say two main lines, one through the countries and everything what we could do with our governments or focal points and so on, but the other one through cooperation with UIL. So thank you for showing these both opportunities with the single steps within both of them. And we have some time now for the questions. You can either raise your hand and then we will give you the floor, or you can write your question in the chat box. At the moment, I don't see anything in the chat box. I don't see hands raised.
There's nothing in the chat box, Katarina.
No, okay, no.
Can I ask the first question then? Werner?
Oh, okay, good. I was about to steal the opportunity, but it's a pleasure to give you the question. Yes,
Werner, so the analysis is done by the experts that you have. Is there an opportunity for us to see the data? Because again, as of now, I think what we're planning to do in civil society is to look at alternative reports, or what we used to call them shadow reports, now we call them spotlight reports. Is there a chance, in a way, what we're also trying to look at is what in areas or countries where there hasn't been effective engagement, what areas can we highlight? What are the stories that we need so we can complement the data? That's why we don't want it shadow or an alternative, but rather a spotlight. So what areas should we as civil society be highlighting? So that's why I was interested in the access to the analysis. Thanks, Werner.
That's a kind of an interesting question, and that's a perspective we haven't had before, so that the Grail data would be used for a separate report. And the immediate answer is there's a kind of competition. We are producing our own report out of these data, and would like to have them available as far as possible, and sharing the data with others for doing their separate report might look very democratic and appropriate, but for me, difficult. We need to find ways here to prepare the global report out of these data. And in principle, we have always given out the data after publishing it. But the first hand is that we have the first hand on the data, and only after the analysis is finalized, and we also have we are sure that data from countries are appropriate. The process also includes that we relate back to member states if we see contradictions, or if we see that there is, it is not entirely probable what comes out of these data. So at the end, the final data set is only final when the report is final.
Okay.
So I don't see a clear perspective that we share the monitoring data before the report is finalized.
Okay.
That's
Thanks, Werner.
the principal question. Always be always free to contact the national commissions for their reports.
Thank you, Werner. So basically it means if we are going to do some kind of spotlight or shadow report or anything, this will be simply our perspective. It might match the perspective of government or might not, but we will know until the very last moment.
That would be in principle my understanding, addressing things from the perspective that is possible, and that should be ideally not different between governments and other players. The situation is the same in the country.
Okay. Yes. Just the
There are two
perspective might be
questions
very different.
in the
Okay.
chat box.
So two questions in the chat box. Of course, both of them related to the civil society role. And the first one is from Maria. So the question is about the formal letter that you write to the governments. Will this formal letter indicate an encouragement to include civil society members in their official delegations? You mentioned this possibility, but will you also indicate that in the letter and encourage the government? And the question one is your position on the civil society forum. So back to Confiter, as it was the case previously. So would you support an event like this?
Thank you, Maria. Indeed, the answers to both questions is yes. As has been the last time, the invitation from the DG that goes to the ministers to form national delegations includes the request to involve civil society members in these delegations. This will be part of the invitations letter, and I'm optimistic that it will be the same as last times. And this has regularly been the case, that the DG asks member states, please form delegations that really represent the situation of ALE in your country, which goes beyond government. So that's always the way how it is expressed. And civil society forum, the pattern is has been given, I think, several times already. We would appreciate a situation where that it's back to back, and that immediately after the Confiteor starts on Monday, for instance, that on Saturday or Sunday a separate civil society forum takes place, and this voice will then be heard in the conference appropriately. We will make sure that the conclusions of the analyses that have been made there find also their way into Confiteor, and so far there has never been a problem with that. And I think, and everybody is aware, and also UNESCO URL director, they would appreciate to have this back-to-back possibility.
That's very good to know and very important for us, because we think that that's also one of the ways to give a valuable input to the conference itself. And it's good to know that we have your support when we make the effort to make it really happen. We have some more questions in the chat box. For example, Sandy would like to know about the level of the event, if the ministers will attend. Of course, we remember also the midterm conference, which is another level, of course, but since Confiteor itself is a high-level conference, it's the second level, so will there be an encouragement for the ministers to come, or maybe prime minister, or what is the intent of UIL? How will you make it?
Yeah, indeed, it's a so-called category 2 conference where ministers come together. This is the regular format of UN conferences. There are only a few category 1 conferences at all where only heads of states are invited. It doesn't happen anymore, I think. So the principle is category 2, ministers are invited, and usually we count ministers and deputy ministers as ministers, and usually about 40-50 ministers will attend. We always encourage member states, please send a minister, but they are then usually they come rather from the region where the conference takes place, where it's not that difficult. But in principle, we expect a relevant share of ministers and also selected heads of state, but especially from the host country, etc., and perhaps from 2 or 3 other countries. But that's the principal expectation we can have, that yes, ministers are there, very often deputy ministers, but they are the ones who are invited to it. And so we would also expect kind of quite a few of them to attend.
Mm-hmm. And we have several questions related to the focal points. You explained us already why and how they you couldn't share the information about them. But now colleagues would like to know how to deal further, and if it makes sense, since the surveys should be submitted already, but also about the survey itself. So, for example, from Afghanistan, is the survey submitted? How does it look like? So how to deal further with that issue?
Well, we are trying now, if we get the survey, to glance over it to see whether it is filled, whether substantive parts are missing, and we then we can relate back for clarification to the authors and help them to deliver it in an appropriate stage. I will just try to have a look for Afghanistan, what is the situation? Just a moment. Oopity, it was not that easy than I had thought. Afghanistan is here, and it has been submitted on the 6th of September, and I haven't seen it myself, but we are looking at it, and so we relate back to the focal points if we have further questions. It is also, of course, in principle, as I had mentioned, possible for everybody to address their focal points for giving input, but it's up to them to use it. And there is no further possibility with regard to the survey. But we, as those who do the analysis, are also free to include information we have. So we are not, how to say, limited to what is in the survey, but to everything we know. And so another way is also that we get such information. So we also then inform the authors of the draft chapter to bring that in. That is, of course, always possible. But
Yeah,
ideally, it comes from the countries.
Yeah, that's an important line, also a channel to follow. But also exploring further opportunities. The idea from Maria. Do you think that would make sense for the civil society to explore organizing country-level webinars and the dialogues, and then to ask the focal point to share the country report outcomes?
Absolutely, that would be perfect. An absolutely appropriate way, and would help the focal points, would also create a kind of horizontal sharing level. And that would be, that's what could be a parade example. Yes, and yes, and yes. I would see that as really as a model.
Yeah, but it means we are left with our governments and to our advocacy efforts and left to what we can do with our governments, so independent from the global level and from UIL efforts.
Absolutely, it's at them. They are somehow in the lead of the process. The focal point is with them. They decide. It's member states. That also it's a limitation we have. Of course, we are working for member states, and they are our prior constituency, and that's why we are working for them and not the other way around.
Okay, we still have several questions from several colleagues about the focal points and the surveys. So is there a possibility to share, of course, not the names of the focal points, as you know, so we have to go back to the countries, to the national level, but at least the information about the surveys, which countries submitted it or not. You gave us the overview of the number of the countries that submitted the review, but can you share the names of the countries that have submitted it?
No problem at all. May I? That's from my understanding not at all a secret, and I did it already. And it is also not an official information, but we, as a matter of principle, I don't see a problem to share whether a country has submitted or not. And so that is always possible, and we can answer such questions without any problem, and we will do so. There is nothing special with that. Ask us, we will answer.
Okay, very good. So Robbie answered already to the several questions in the chat box about the focal points. So they are always identified by the UNESCO National Commission.
Yeah.
We don't know where they are. It depends on the country, but they are identified by the UNESCO National Commission. Okay, and then let me also ask the final question. It has to do with the previous question about the preparatory events.
Thanks, Katerina. Yep.
Yeah, you said that they are the regional preparatory event is confirmed for Asia Pacific, thanks to the UNESCO National Commission, who is very engaged one. The further preparatory events in further regions, do they fully depend on the engagement and efforts of UNESCO National Commissions? Are there other ways?
Just a telephone rang with me. I'm so sorry. I didn't get one part of the question. Could you repeat?
Okay, so it's about regional preparatory conferences. So will the others, in the other regions where it's still not confirmed, will they depend on the efforts and decision of the UNESCO national commissions, or are they other ways and channels?
Well, the lead and guidance of the preparatory conferences is with UNESCO, not with necessarily with member states. It's the regional offices who organize. They invite, then similar to the international conference, but they have the lead and they are the decisive parts with our support. So there it is UNESCO Secretariat organizing, and depending somehow on the goodwill of national commissions, but it's not national commissions organizing. That is the UNESCO Secretariat, and in the regions, the regional offices. That's the point. And we hope that member states comply and send high-level representatives, but we are organizing.
So it means if we want to push or invite for the preparatory conferences and for the regions, we should go to the regional UNESCO offices.
They are the ones organizing the thing, but they will, of course, then enter into communication with national governments, and there the National Commission is also the key address, because they are the ones who open the doors from countries, from UNESCO to the countries. So the good contact to NatComs is always of advantage in both parts. There, it is not that different. And in the one in the international conference, the DG invites. In the regional conference, the director of the office invites. But it also goes to this in the same way. And good connection to the national commissions is always of advantage. And invitation of the civil society representatives is also in their hands, from my understanding, but they will always consult with the member state whether it's appropriate. So if they invite a civil society organization or a representative, they will first check with the member state what the member state thinks about that. That's, in my understanding, the way how it works. And usually they don't have any problems, the member states, but they are under control.
Thank you. From what I can see, there is an intensive exchange in the chat box, and most of it is how do we go on a national level about the focal points and about the reports submitted or not. And Maria is also informing that there will be a letter to ask about the status of the reports, who have submitted, who haven't. So if you could help us simply to follow up or to chase at the country level. So we will be in touch with you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are looking forward to such good support as usual.
And Bernard, you're joining us in the breakouts later on, so other people can still ask questions.
I have time until 10:30.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Okay, so just maybe you'll for 10 minutes. Okay, so although I see this is a topic that we are very much interested in engage with, which is a good sign, but I think we don't have more time for the questions. Yes, Robbie, if I'm right?
Yes, yes. And I just want to check, because I know I was trying to message Taka if we need to change, because Cecilia has to leave in half an hour, right, Cecilia?
Oh, if we can change the order.
Taka, is that all right?
Change the order?
No, no problem.
Oh,
okay,
great.
thanks,
Thank
Taka,
you
very much. Appreciate that. Thanks, Cecilia.
Okay,
Okay, back to you, Katarina.
Thank you. So just a short introduction, because the whole session is, as you can see, very much about the civil society engagement. Some of countries were very good in that, very successful with the good examples of involving civil societies. In other countries, we have experienced some frustration about that. So what we have decided to do in this part of the session is to share two good examples of how civil society is engaged or could be engaged. And we have two examples from two regions. First, because Cecilia has to leave, comes from Sweden. Cecilia Palm, our colleague from Executive Committee of International Council for Adult Education, and from Folkuniversitet. So this is a national Swedish organization, very active, engaged in adult education in the country, in advocacy, in practical work, and so on, and very much engaged in the process. So Cecilia is the right person to share with us the good example of how they work together with the government around the Confiteor. So Cecilia, the floor is yours, and you have, I think, 10 minutes, yes.
Thank you. And hello, everyone. And thank you for inviting me to this conference or webinar. And I hope that whatever I tell you about what we do in Sweden will be somehow helpful to you. And to begin with, I think it's important to describe the context of the Swedish context to you. And maybe if I could have the first slide to tell you about this. In Sweden, the total expenditure for education is $42 billion, which represents 5.4% of the GNP. And these are 2017 figures from OECD. Adult education is a small slice of this, about 6%. And within adult education, what we call liberal adult education is 2%, or it's 2% of the total. So it's 1/3 of adult education. And next slide, please. The liberal adult education is provided by 146 folk high schools and 10 study associations. We, the two of us, are in turn members of what is called the National Council of Adult Education. This is a sort of hybrid, and if you do another click, it's an association, but it also has authoritative tasks given by the Ministry of Education. And it's, as you can see, it reports to the Ministry of Education. The National Council of Adult Education, that's a very long word, so I will add, I will call it the NCA henceforth. And that will be all for the slides. Since liberal adult education is subsidized, the government and the parliament, they require regular reports on our doings, not only statistics, but also on other matters relating to the effect of participating in study circles or taking a folk high school course. And once a year, the NCA hands the government a report that they call the value of liberal adult education for the Swedish society. So we are visible and covered in different ways. When it comes to global matters, the members of the ICAE in Sweden, which are the ones I showed on the previous slide, they want to be more proactive. We would also like to encourage engagement in within the organizations, because the fact is, in Sweden, we know of Agenda 2030, we know about the SDGs, but very few, even within adult education, know anything about rail or GRAIL or Confintea. The members, we have set up a working group now. We're starting this spring. We also have the representative of the sitting on the executive committee of the EAEA, the European organization. And a few of us participated in the webinar about GRAIL 5 in July, organized by the UIL. And during the seminar, it was mentioned that, sorry, the phone ringing here. It was mentioned that there would be a focal point in each country responsible for the answers to the GRAIL 5 questionnaire. Since as well, you've seen it now, we couldn't get the name or the person to contact in Sweden during the webinar, but we're told to write to the UIL, which I did. And I promptly received an answering mail telling me that it was the Ministry of Education in Sweden who had this responsibility. And since the NCA has frequent contacts with the ministry, I wrote to them asking if they could find out some more about this process. And I should say perhaps that from mid-July to mid-August, a majority of Swedes are on holiday. So the Deputy Secretary General of the NCA was fortunately working, and she got in touch with the ministry and found out who was in charge. And that person was on holiday. He would be back on 10th of August, and the answer was to be submitted by the 26th of August. It was not a very long time to act. However, we decided that Eva Åström, the coordinator of our working group, and also in charge of evaluation and follow-up at the NCA, would try to reach the ministry. She did. She talked with the person in charge. He described that they had been including the civil society and liberal adult education by looking at all the reports that they have, amongst them the one I mentioned earlier. So she felt that yes, we had been included, but of course, perhaps not the way that we would have wanted. Considering the short time span, we were pleased that we at least had this contact with the ministry, and we pointed out our interest in the matter, but we were disappointed not to be able to make more of it this time. None of us in the working group quite realized, we were not aware of the Grail 5 schedule, and which was, so it was a surprise to us that everything was to be handed in by the end of August. And we just said that one of the things that we must improve is the understanding of the sequence of events when it comes to all these international processes, Grail, Confintea, and also the Agenda 2030 process. Being aware of that and the deadlines, that would give us a good possibility to interact with the government and the ministry and authorities. The good news in Sweden is that the coordinator of our working group was invited to be part of the Swedish e-delegation to the HLPF in July. But that's another ministry. So they somehow got to think about adult education and took her in. She was the only representative of education in this delegation. So she took notes from the seminars she attended and also took the opportunity to make a final analysis in her writing, pointing out that although the seminars were very good and very interesting, none of them talked about adult education. And we're happy also that she has been invited to continue to be part of this group, and they are going to have a follow-up of the summer's procedures now during the autumn. So my conclusion is that as representatives of liberal adult education in Sweden, we have a large possibility to take part actively in the processes in Sweden, but we must begin by doing our homework and know when to ask for the participation, because we will not be asked. We must remind the ministry of our interest in this. And however, if we do this, I think that this participation will not only be welcome, but it can add some energy to a process that is not the highest priority to our government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. It's always interesting to hear the examples from Nordic countries where civil society is recognized as relevant partner and included in most of the activities. But you have also depicted some of the difficulties and challenges we face, like time constraints and different responsibilities and so on. But the message is, yes, do the homework. And it's good that we remind ourselves sometimes on that. So now let's move to Japan and see how they were dealing with their homework. And now I invite Takafumi Miyake. He's used to be also the member of ASPBAE board, and he's coming from the Japan NGO Network for Education. So Taka, please, the floor is yours to share your experience.
Thank you, Katrina. And let me share my slide. Can you see?
Yep.
Yes, Taka.
Okay, let me happy to share CSO's participation in grade process in Japan. I make it to slide mode. Cannot change, I don't know why.
Maybe just double click on the slide, it will go to the slide mode. Double click.
Okay. Takes
Great.
time.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry, went too much. Let me just briefly talk about the process of engagement in this summer. So after UIL webinar, I really thank Bernard for this, that to make us aware that we have to start the process. And Development Education Association and Resource Center, one of the active member of ASPBAE, decided to be engaged in this process. And we requested Ministry of Education, which is the Secretariat for National Commission for UNESCO in Japan, to provide a survey form. And we received it on the 6th of August. And we mobilized, requested ask the members in Japan to make comments and recommendations on the survey. And but at the, Ministry of Education was very in a hurry. They plan to finalize the report by the end of August in Japanese version, and then they translate it into English. So they are rushing, and we received their draft response on the 21st of August, and we quickly responded. They made comments and recommendations from the member organization, the individuals, experts, and we synthesized our recommendation to the National Commission. And we proposed the consultation virtually, online, but thanks to due to the lack of time, Ministry of Education refused to do so. And 11th of September, we received the final report from the Ministry of Education in Japanese language, and they submitted to UIL. And we made another recommendation after they submitted. And who are involved in this process? Obviously, the member organization ASPBAE and the individual. Since due to lack of time, we couldn't make any formal mechanism. But the Japan Society for the Study of Adult Community Education, which is the academia group, and my network, and also Asian Culture, Pacific Culture Center of UNESCO, ACCU, and experts, individuals are involved. Outline of survey already elaborated by Brunner. So it's basically 3 and 5 matrix. And the question I asked whether any improvement since 2011. So they need to tick mark from not at all up to a great deal and don't know. So on top of that 3 and 5 matrix, question also asks citizenship education because it's a thematic focus of the next Compintia, and also respond to COVID-19 implementation of LA recommendations, which include international cooperation. So what are the results? We made around 30 recommendations and comments to the National Commission, and about 60% of them are reflected. So these are the areas which we think we want. So regarding policy, we suggested to add some legal framework was, passed, like Equal Opportunity Act or Japanese Language Learning Promotion Act, or the policy to strengthening learning of the persons with disabilities, which is a improvement in policy. So, in the original draft of the report, those things are not mentioned, but we suggested to include, and they, bought. They changed, revised, rectified, and added these points. And regarding governance, actually the very first question of the survey is, who provided input in this survey? So of course we suggested to include CSOs or academics or practitioners provided input in the survey, and they did so. And also there's another platform of civil society organization called SDG Civil Society Network, we are heavily involved in the Japanese government SDGs policy. So it's it's related to adult learning and education. So we suggested this action to be included in the governance part, and they did so. Financing, originally the draft one was argued the financing of learning for disadvantaged group, for example, migrants, refugees, and they ranked as somewhat, which is not very good, but next to very good. But we think it's very little efforts and finance was provided for this disadvantaged group. So we suggested to change it to little, and they agree. And regarding international cooperation part, which is very limited, only a few questions in there. And originally, the report say the Ministry of Education initiative to export Japanese school practices, but this is just about the school education, not for children, but not about adult education learning. So we suggest to delete, and they agreed to delete. What we lost is the financing part. I'm very impressed with the Swedish experience. They have data, how many % of the national budget goes to adult learning education. And of course, the question survey includes this question, but National Commission said, don't know. It's impossible to calculate total budget for adult learning education. They can only say about the Ministry of Education budget, but of course, adult learning education budget is in, for example, Ministry of Labor and other ministries. So they give up the idea to calculate. On quality, the improving employment conditions of, it's about the adult education teachers or the facilitators. So it's about the working condition of adult educators. And we recommended they're pretty badly paid. So we recommended little, but they responded finally, don't know. Also, assessment of literacy and numeracy. And we recommended, it's very little efforts done, but they lost yes. Finally, citizenship education. The response, government report say citizenship education is not included in the adult learning ALE sector. So we strongly recommended it should be part of the adult learning and education sector, but they responded no. And also we had written a lot of practices done by civil society organizations in the field of citizenship education that only partially reflected in the report. Okay, that's a win and lost. And finally, and this is my last slide, reflections. So good thing about this experience is, you know, as Werner said, the good relation with the National Commission is critical. We used to have so for the development of policy regarding the education for sustainable development more than a decade. So that is the basis. And the National Commission for UNESCO also, you know, work as secretariat for ESD. So based on these relations, connections, we could engage. And you know, also we had a experience, similar experience in the last Compitia in Belém, where Yoko Arai took a lead. So we had a past experience. Of course, it's 12 years ago, so some people disappeared, but we have a good legacy. And constraints or challenge, of course, we have time constraints and also human resource constraints. We have no one who will fully, you know, occupied in this process, and that's a problem. And I realized that we should have a position paper on adult learning and education policy and practice, or you know, that's 5 actions in 3 fields, and then we can be more proactive. You know, this time, you know, we just responded to the National Commission for UNESCO's draft report. So it's very reactive rather than proactive. So lastly, follow up. We found some error in the translation of 2015 ALE recommendations in the Ministry of Education's website. So we suggested rectification of translation. That was a good thing. I don't know. And of course, from now, we need to strategize ourselves to organize a CSO forum to be involved in Compitia 7 processes. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much, Taka. While you're already assessing the achievements of your country, you're reflecting the process and the wins and losses, I have to say that it's impressive to see all the efforts you did since July. We still remember it's fresh July and August, the webinars we had with UIL. So all the efforts that you made and really managed to include civil society and to be at the stage to reflect the results. So it was a really valuable experience to share. Thank you so much for that. So now moving on, we found out that, okay, surveys are submitted more or less, but there is no many opportunity to engage in that. Unless we go on with the shadow reports or spotlight reports, and then we want to know about the country reports. So this is an area to explore, but what we want to do, to continue now with, is also to explore how else we can engage in COFITEA 7 in the preparatory process, in the conference itself, and we want to identify what other global platforms and strategies there are, and how can we strategize to work together, especially ICAE and ASPBAE, to advance our advocacy for adult learning and education. And we have already identified, and Robbie presented, the spaces, the platforms that we will discuss. It means we will take you now to the breakout rooms and to work in the groups, and then meet later on to share the results of the discussions. So with that, Robbie, I give back to you so you can introduce the
colleagues. Thank you, Katarina, very much. Thank you very much, Taka, for that rich presentation, and for Cecilia. Thank you very much. And again, I wish to acknowledge also that we're basically, this is the time we were around this time we were supposed to end. So if any of you I know have other commitments, I just want to acknowledge, if you have to leave by now, thank you very much for your participation. You've gone to the first part of the webinar that focuses mainly on information sharing with regards to ICAE strategic plan, ASPBAE's response in terms of advocacy and ALE, UIL's update on Confintia process and 2 rich experiences in terms of where Confintia participation at different countries. And both processes have underscored it really is not something that will happen naturally. It's really about our advocacy, our vigilance, and our being able to engage. But these levels of engagement are nurtured in a law, as Taka said, it took decades, decades of sustained engagement with UNESCO National Commission, decades of engagement with our governments. So for some of us, this will vary. As we said, it will vary. The relationship with civil society and our governments will vary. So each of us really will need to work with you in the country level, both ICAE, but also particularly with ASPBAE in terms of the level of this engagement. So last call, while we are focusing on Confintia, and I think Confintia will be breakout, group 1 will stay in this main room where there will be translation. So we invite our colleagues for Russian translation will stay in group 1 with Helen, Robbie, myself, Renee. I invite Taka. Cecilia has to leave already for another meeting. So that's the first breakout group. The second breakout group is HLPF, Katarina, Thea, and Susmita. And Thea sent a message in the chat box to say those who are involved. Again, this is an acronym that you're familiar with in Asia, the APFSD. I hope I got that correctly. If you're involved in this process, Thea is encouraging you to join group 2. Group 3 has been a bit of a little change because Ricarda from ICAE had to leave for also another commitment. But Maria and Nani will be there together with Bernie as the documenter. And group 4, ably led by Anita and Sandy, who my colleagues were when we started BLDC, but also with Sunil as the documenter. Again, the documenters have access to a Padlet which basically is for us to document. But the main challenge now for the next half an hour is for you to go into the groups. We will cut and paste the question again in the chat box, because once the question disappears from the screen, people look for it, so it will be in the chat box. But basically the question is around how do we effectively sustain our engagement in Confintia, in HLPF, in the other global platforms where we're being challenged, and how do we sustain our learning through these communities of practice. But at the same time, I think it's also important to acknowledge sometimes that the areas of advocacy, what are the specific areas of advocacy that we want to focus on. But also, I think engagement is not just with the global processes. I think it's also important, and this particularly will be a focus in group 2, but I think for all groups, how do we continue to sustain our engagement with each other in terms of being able to rally ourselves as civil society, given the challenges that we face. And so make sure you have selected your groups, because so Brat will do magic. This is magic, where in a press of a button, you will be already in your space, in your group room. I think Werner might join us for a while, but he has to also leave. So I'd like also to thank Werner, and Christiana will be with us from UIL, who's been part of the process, and I welcome Christiana. So again, I'd like to thank all our speakers this afternoon. So again, we just have a little break from this first part. The second part will be half an hour of sharing in the breakout groups. After half an hour, Subrat will give you a little bit of warning to wind up, and then make sure either it's the documenter or somebody shares the key points, and we will conclude. So again, I apologize the extended session, but hopefully those of you who can stay up to now at least have gained something. Those of you who can stay for half an hour will engage and contribute, and those of you who can stay for the extra half an hour at the end is for us to be able then to share those findings. But we are committed to sharing the recording with you, both ICAE and ASPBAE, but also then continue to engage with UIL. So with that, I thank colleagues. So Brad, are there any announcements? Maria, are there any other things before
just one
you
thing?
press the button? Yes, so Brad.
Just one thing, only 18 have just, I'm chosen the groups. So I request all of them to write the group number in the chat box, so that we can again put them into the groups.
Okay, so before we press, okay.
And when we put you into the group, it will pop out as join the group. Please press the button join so that you are taken to the group.
Okay. So does that happen also to group 1, Subrat, for people staying in the main room?
For group 1, they will automatically be there in group 1. We are creating 3 breakout rooms and 1 particular main room where all the Central Asian participants most probably will be there.
Okay. So if
because
you
of the
don't,
translation.
So if you don't select a room, you will be automatically with me. Is that a threat or an invitation? You automatically be with me and Helen and Taka and Renee. Isn't it? Renee, you can wave. Okay. Thank you very much. So please indicate your room numbers, your group numbers. Are there at least 1 or 2 people aside from the people in charge, Subrat, in the other rooms?
We have less entrants in group 2, but I can see in the chat box, Katerina has just written 2, and we still have to have some people for group 2.
Okay, so Thea, you want to make a bid? Can we hear from Thea?
Well, I think it's okay. Anyway, and I'm just signed in for group 2 as well.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so I look forward to hearing your stories in half an hour. Is that okay, Subrat?
Yes, Robbie, definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
So we shall click the button and see you all in half an hour. I will now work with Helen. I'm so happy. And Taka and Renee.
Where is the button? It will come soon.
It will come.
We will just take 1 minute because people are still writing.
Okay.
In the chat box, yeah.
All right. Okay.
And we'll put the questions again up. So for those who are staying on, thank you very much.
This is already the sign. We can go breakout, right? Join breakout room, right?
Yes,
now?
Yes.
Yes. Let's go, Maria.
You can put join.
Bye. I don't have the sign.
Yes, we have people going out from this main room.
Oh, does that mean, Subrat, they don't see the questions? The chat will only be in the main room.
Yes, but then we
So
can as host, we can inform them on the question.
Okay,
the host will move to each of the group. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
So Brad, for the facilitators, you're automatically assigning us and we're automatically transported to our group.
Yes, so we're all in this. I think we're the biggest group. So I'd like to introduce first our colleagues. So Helen has been a long, I wouldn't say suffering, long, vigilant member of our staff. Okay, and so therefore she's co-facilitating with me. You have, of course, Taka, who will share their experience, and Renee is our able documenter. So can we just have a little quick just say so I see Yoko is in the room, and so Tekla Khurshid is the translator. You have Joe Tui, Shirley, Sakir, Fitri, Mayuri, Swagata, and who else are in the room? Some I can't read below. Maria is in the room, but maybe that's another Maria. Kim Ann, Subrat, and Leah. Okay, so I guess so. Our focus, and again, you still have Confintia in mind. So our focus really is on Confintia. What I'd like to just to stimulate what are the areas of engagement that we're looking at before I'll maybe ask Helen to help me facilitate. I'm running out of my voice, but first of all, I think key to Confintia, and this was the midterm review of the Confintia midterm review in Suwon in 2017 in Korea, where civil society got. Yes.
Sorry to disturb. Can you go a little slow so that interpretation can happen also simultaneously?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. I'm sorry, interpreter.
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. So so this is just to say, I'm just going to give you a little visual view of where do we engage in Confintia. So these are the key advocacies that were, when we did the pre-civil society meeting in the midterm review in Suwon in 2017 for the midterm review of Confintia. These were some of the messages that we did on a Mentimeter, where people who participated, as you can see, 56 participants from civil society, expressed the key messages. And clearly, the key messages that we wanted to advocate in the next formal processes are about quality, financing, equity, recognition, and so these are some of the messages. I think it's important to recognize our participation in Confintia it's not just about the big conference. It's as much about the conferences that prepare us. So this one particularly is another preparatory one on Grail 3 that was conducted in the South region, Eastern and Southeastern Europe. Okay, and here you see Katarina, but also that it's important for us. It's not the main game, really, I think, is not the end conference. The end conference often is a celebration. All the activity, all the engagement, all the advocacy, really, that happens before, because at the end of it, really, it usually is whatever declarations or things have already been agreed previously, as you would know. So it's really important now, particularly when we know that there's difficulty in engaging, even with Japan already actively engaging, in Sweden, in some of the countries, it's not the case. So today is the platform really for us now to look at alternative reports. Most of you in ASPBAE have an experience of the spotlight reports. I was part of seeing the spotlight reports launched in HLPF, and we in Australia also use the spotlight report in our advocacy work. So really, it's at the level of the country where maybe what kind of report do we want, knowing we will not have access to the data, and we respect what UIL has said. You cannot have access until it's officially released, but can you therefore have access to your country data? Okay, where we can therefore engage in that advocacy and then write up a report. Werner already said UIL is committed to a pre-civil society. This is the pre-civil society engagement in Suwon. And so we had one day before the actual conference. But for us, I think I keep saying it's not the one day before that's important. It's the months before, and particularly the regional conference that UNESCO Bangkok has committed to. But during the main conference, like this main conference in Confintia Midterm Review, we will find spaces where we can speak. And in the main Confintia, the last Confintia in Belém, here you will see Maria on the platform speaking for adult learning and education from civil society. So I just wanted to show a visual of where are the platforms for engagement, and how do we effectively strategize to see that it's not just the main event. The main event is important for visuals and all that, but the ongoing process that Taka talked about, engaging with our country partners, engaging with UNESCO, all these is the build-up. And this only happens every 12 years, but we need to be able to continue to build that up even now. Helen, I'd like to ask you to help and just take it on, and I'll continue, and then Renee will document. Salamat, Helen, very much.
Thank you so much, Robin. You've covered a lot. You've given us openings, what are our entry points, so that's very helpful. And I could hear another to Brett.
Conversation
Nani. Now, there. Okay, so thanks for those entry points, Robbie, and for mapping out the spaces. And I think in the chat box a while ago in the plenary session, there are some very good ideas already that emerged in response to what we need to respond to in our group. How we can optimize the processes and the spaces to advocate for ALE in the lead up to the Confintea, the main conference in 2022. But between now until 2022, there's so much we can do. And Taka has shown this. Maria also offered an example whereby perhaps we as CSOs at the national level can also organize virtual consultations, virtual or webinars, no, and invite the focal points to share with us the outcomes or the responses in the survey by UIL, and therefore what we can bring into the analysis as well as UIL forms or formulates the reports. There's still so much we can do. Taka has shown us how they did it, but even if we miss the survey in engaging the government between now until the preparation of the report, there's still so much that we as SOs can do. And I invite also colleagues from Central Asia, a number of them also are in the room, because there is supposed to be a meeting in Central Asia around this, but because of COVID that did not happen. But they're now looking at doing a publication, no, of how we can engage in this process. That's another example of it. So colleagues, I invite other ideas that we can put forward and we can collectively pursue between now until Morocco 2022. So the floor is open and anybody can just raise their hands or speak up in response to the question. Who wants to start? And let me check our participants list. All right, people are shy.
Is Yoko? Yoko,
you want to
Yoko
say?
switch. Yes, welcome, Yoko. We can't hear you.
We can't hear you, Yoko, although your mic is on actually, but we cannot hear you.
Anybody? Oh, sorry. Anybody else? While Yoko is fixing her microphone.
Anybody? If none, I can volunteer people.
Yes, you go, Helen.
I'm mistaken. Can you hear me?
Oh, there, Yoko. Yoko.
Yes, Yoko.
Okay, thank you. So, sorry. First I want to question. I missed the explanation of Maha UIL from UIL.
Werner Mock.
Sorry,
Yes.
Mock. So
yeah.
The preparation process to Confintia 7. So we talking about so grade 5 now, but after grade 5, any report gathered or not? So because grade 5 and the different from Confintia 6, the grade process so short interval 3 years. Then when we back to from some process or some advanced policy or something advanced. So I want to know 12 years how advanced other country and me. So Taka told me, so grade 5 question is so scattered or so short and we cannot respond. So even critical message, so and dispute discussion between government, but very short, and they don't. We didn't get so passion from. We don't pick up or bring the passion from a bureaucrat. It's difficult. So only 3 years. I don't know. So I miss. So maybe the Maher. I'm sorry. From UIL, I mistake. But he said so. The state of the arts in adult education, each country, he mentioned about reports. So state of arts, not only after midterm review conference, also.
Okay. I'm checking if Werner is in the room. Sorry, I thought Werner would be, but he's gone, and so neither is Christiana in the room. Okay, I guess just quickly to clarify, I think again for everybody in the room, I can understand the confusion of so many acronyms. So Confintia is the conference that happens every 12 years. Okay, And the midterm review always happens around the 6th year. But it just so happens the midterm was not quite on the 6th year in Suwon. They kept postponing. Okay. GRAIL is the survey. It's the Global Report on Adult Learning in Education. So the GRAIL survey happens, it doesn't happen every 12 years. So like there was a GRAIL 4 survey in the middle of the Confintia, 12 years, okay? So the GRAIL 5 survey is for Confintia 7, okay? They launched the survey because the GRAIL is meant to be the way they measure. You're right, Yoko. This is where they measure the commitments, particularly here, they're measuring the commitments to the BELEM framework for action. And BELEM was the Confintia, okay, the last Confintia 5, okay? So you're right. You're not misunderstanding. GRAIL happens before because they want to have a report on adult learning in education by the time they get to Confintia 7, okay? Now, what happened in terms of timing, okay? There was discussion towards the end of last year to start GRAIL 5. This discussion was happening between UIL and DVV, okay? And we were hearing a little bit about this in ICAE, but we were not formally engaged and involved until April, May. And that was because of the new executive asking them. They were also going through a transition themselves. So you're right. There was only a small window. By the time they did the webinar in July, the deadline was already in August and September. So there's not a lot. Okay. So we were starting behind. That's why when Taka said, oh, thank you for the webinar that Werner did, then they went active. And you were able to chase it. Credit to Japan, and again for Sweden, they were able to chase based on the information we got. But that chasing is based on long-term building of relationships. Okay? In some countries where they also have relationships, it's not also as easy. Okay? In this country. So I can understand the inquiry, but also the frustration. So there's not a lot of time. So we don't have a lot of time. Okay, we have a bit more time to prepare before the main Confintia. But I think, as I said, the main Confintia, it's finished. Whatever. So where is our strategic battle point now? It's the regional. Okay, our strategic battle point for Asia, I'm talking, is the regional. Why? Because ASPBAE is well positioned with UNESCO Bangkok in all of the platforms. You are very much in APFSD. You are very much in UNESCAP. I go like, why can't we have the same for the other regions? But it's not the same. Okay, so in a way, this is the it doesn't mean Yoko we stop the cut, because as we said now, if we don't engage with the country, we will not get the data. So the main thing now is for ASPBAE to say, okay, which countries, because normally we would think Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, you would have Philippines, would have that close relationship. But something happened in the communication process this time. The short time frames, not priority. I mean, if you send an email to the National Commission or the government in a COVID time, I mean, what do? Okay, so I think this is a complication of things that were happening. Yeah. So I really think now, what can we work on? And I think, Helen, you're more familiar with the dynamics now. I just know that ASPBAE is well positioned in these processes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I hope, Yoko, that answers the question. Helen, I pass on to you.
Yeah, definitely. We are well positioned to engage with UNESCO Bangkok. We have close relationship. We're part of the technical working group for Education 2030. We make strong connections in that. And we heard from Werner that apart from a regional consultation to inform this process, UNESCO Bangkok is also looking at engaging sub-regionally, with their offices. So perhaps with that lead, perhaps I can invite and encourage colleagues, colleagues from Central Asia, what are they thinking? They are coming up with a publication to inform this process. So can you share with us so that we can also learn? Perhaps we can do that as well in other sub-regions. So Tekla and other national CSO colleagues in Central Asia, feel free to come in, please.
Yes, maybe if I may, I don't know who other colleagues who are, let's say, proper Central Asians are still here. But also before I will have to leave, at least for a while, the meeting. I'm sorry for another thing. Let me make a quick input. Okay, DVV International, speaking of decades of engagement, definitely we are there. In general, including at the global level, of course, together with ICAE, ASPBAE, other colleagues, but also in Central Asia. We have been running our offices there and building up the partnerships with the local civil society for the past more than 15 years. Still, I can say that in this particular year, and I would agree with Robbie that in my view, it is really the pandemic that makes it different and more particular in this very case. It's been difficult for us to engage in this run up to the Grale report, I can say. And we've been making very different experiences. This is another point Robbie was making that I can emphasize too, is that you will still find very different situations from country to country. So we currently work in 3 of the Central Asian countries. In Uzbekistan, we have, with a huge delay in terms of time, and after trying to contact through so many different channels, including through the UNESCO offices, going back to UIL with requests for advice or information, and then also the National Commission, that all of them we have very strongly built working relationships. It still took us a very long time to find out about the focal point, about who the focal point was. And only then could we engage. And we have recently finalized some independent external review of the situation regarding the framework conditions for adult education and learning in those 3 countries. So we at least try now to feed those reports into the process. And in Uzbekistan, once we had really found the people to talk to, they were very open and they were very ready to have us exchange at least some of those recent findings, potentially also views from the civil society actors, but that again proves to be even more difficult than for us as DVV International to engage. But something is coming along, and I'm sure they haven't yet submitted the survey, but they will do so, and we will at least have some little, let's say, foot in the door. Different from Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, where Tajikistan has not even identified the focal point, as you've seen, and we've helped UIL in pressurizing them to somehow try and do it. So far to no avail. Kyrgyzstan, we have the contact person now, but both of those countries, in addition to the pandemic, they are also in the run-up to elections. Kyrgyzstan had parliamentary elections yesterday. Tajikistan will elect a president at the end of the month. So very difficult timing to make it short. And we've been trying, but also to get more civil society actors from the local level in proves to be even more difficult. Maybe some of my colleagues will talk. And we hope, of course, that there's still some time ahead to the Confintea itself, and we will keep engaged. We will not give up, but the Grale has really proven to be a difficult one in this year. Sorry for talking for a long time.
It's okay, Tekla, and thank you very much for sharing your experience. I think it's a reality that we're all facing also in other sub-regions at the country level, given that we are now forced to do our engagements in a virtual format, which can present a lot of challenges. There's really no ideal platform rather than a face-to-face, getting to know the person we need to engage. But now we have to be creative in engaging through a virtual format. But we're hearing your actions. I think we can learn from that we continue chasing the focal points. That is really very important. How they responded to the survey, and is there still a way by which we can influence the way they're reporting it, the way they are reporting the progress from the ground, and how they are framing their analysis. Of course, there is that 5 areas and +3 recommendations on L, but how they're embedding also equity, inclusion, and gender in their responses and in their reports. Now, I think these are very important things to look into as we engage as well, with the focal points, and as we engage in the process of coming up with a grill. Any other response?
Yes, from the other countries. How do you propose to strategize? Yes, so Japan, we know, so Tekla has shared generously. Yep. Who are the other countries here? Vietnam?
Vietnam.
Indonesia? Are you still there? We can see their names. We can't see.
Okay.
Thanks, Kiman.
In Vietnam, I think the NATCOM is lying in Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I guess because in the last meeting, I remember we also asked UIL about the focal point, but they say they couldn't share. So now I think, and at the end of the the previous meeting, I think we kind of think that we will be able to get some information from them. But I think now maybe we should be more proactive, because we've been trying to schedule a meeting with Ministry of Education and the Continuing Education Department, and also the Research Center for Continuing Education in the VNIS, which is the Vietnam Institute for Education Science, the two main person in charge of adult education in Vietnam. But we haven't been able to meet with them. So now maybe what I think from all what we have discussed, I think now maybe I will ask UNESCO Vietnam for the contact of the NATCOM in Vietnam and ask them who is the focal point to do the report, and maybe we'll try from there to find the person. But so far what I know is we can really stand on the same side with people in charge of continuing education in the Ministry of Education, because they are the one who also has been trying so hard to talk to the ministry for more prioritizations on adult education and formal education without success. So for the last report, I think for the last survey for previous Confintia, the person who is in charge of the survey to respond to the survey is just one person working in another department in the Vietnam Institute of Education Science. I think they are from the department of statistics and something like that, in charge of all kind of, they will have the number, the informations, but they're not specialized in adult and education or anything, and they work alone. That person work alone. So this time maybe we'll try to trace. I'm just thinking now that maybe we try that kind of tracing, and while still sitting down with people in charge of adult education in Moet and see how we can together intervene. Because if that department of Moet know clearly about this process, and I think they will be willing to join with VAFA to intervene in the survey or report, or even if we have no chance to intervene in the report, then maybe participation in the conference to make sure that we have the right person from Ministry of Education for the conference.
I get. Sorry, Helen, can I just pick up the point from Kiman? I think one of the things that has come up also is that if we cannot participate in the report, I think I wouldn't say demand, we can encourage them to at least present what they submitted. And so I think in a way that opens up the dialogue. So we'd really be interested to find out what you submitted. So can we have a meeting on that?
Yeah, and maybe I think, yes, I think it's a good idea. And maybe I think we can talk to UNESCO for that, because it's not easy to ask NATCOM to present something to CSO, but maybe we have to use UNESCO, the relationship with UNESCO Hanoi and with the education sector group, the LEG, the LEG in Vietnam.
And that's our point when we were trying to ask Werner a while ago, who are the focal points they're engaging with, because it's not a straightforward getting to know these people at the country level also. Sometimes CSOs are given the runaround as to who the person is, no? So I think we need to look into that aspect also. And I think on the part of Vietnam, they can also use what emerged in their analysis of the VNR with an ALE lens, no? To know the situation. What are the gaps? What are being attended to and what are not being attended to? No? And in the analysis of the Vietnam coalition, there's a lot of areas that are not attended to in ALE, and the way the government reported in their VNR, no, there is a need to really put into spotlight ALE, and ALE within the different framing also under equity, inclusion, gender, no, all of that layers. So I think they can use that already. There are materials from CSOs that we can use in engaging between now until the regional conference and between the regional conference until, of course, the Morocco 2022. And as UAIL writes the Grail 5, we can still feed in the CSO reports and analysis as well. So those are good points. Who else, colleagues?
Just a little bit.
Yes, Kuman?
Yeah, I think like with all what we can share or we can report, we can present, but I think what is more important, we need to still try to think how to be able to do that is how to really make an impact on the decision of the government, of Ministry of Education, because even within them, people working on adult education is facing the ignorance. So how, maybe this time we want to sit down with the department in charge of continuing education and BNIS to really like work together and find out the way to make an impact, because they've been also raising the issues. Helen been in meeting with these people in Vietnam, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, some of them even kind of having like tired attitude, like they kind of give up, something like that. So how we can really?
Okay, I think
we
have
will
4
hardly
minutes
have another
go.
1 minute, I think.
Oh, 1 minute.
We'll have hardly 1 or 2 minutes. Yeah.
That's not enough.
Yeah, time is running very fast.
Yeah.
Okay, one more country.
One more.
Quickly.
5 minutes, not 1 minute.
But I think, Renee, you're capturing the discussions, the richness of a discussions, Renee. So hopefully the people from the other countries are getting ideas in terms of, I think, some of the key points before we get lost. I've noted this. I think an expectation for us and for ASPBAE to liaise with UIL to find out who has submitted. So we don't barrage UIL, we get an update from UIL about who has submitted. I think the key point you stressed, Helen, is that we are not creating new work. The work you've done for the VNR ALE analysis is the central work that informs the analysis for this one. So I think how do we weave what you're already doing, build on the partnership you already have with UNESCO Bangkok to position yourself in the regional prep conference. But at the same time, I think at the national level, ask for the report. If not, ask for a presentation of the report. But also, I think part of that is to recognize the dynamics of UNESCO National Commission is in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I remember now. So they don't necessarily think of education, despite the fact this is education. So I think those are some of the key points I recall from the discussion. Helen, any from you?
That's it, Robbie. And you can report from our group.
I thought not Renee will report.
Oh, Renee will report? Okay.
Yes, so I can listen.
Up to you.
Yoko, you have your hand up. Anyway, I don't think we'll leave the room. People will join us in the room. And so Brat will tell us when everybody is back. Yoko, you have a question?
No question. So maybe the situation is different in each country, but 12 years my experience. So actually not open process, but so the person who pointed out from Ministry of Government to write the report, he first don't take care CSO, but so UNESCO, UIL, the staff of UIL pushed him. So, and we contact and engage, and the guideline from UIL and CSO is very important. We use the guideline, so it's the message. So,
yes,
ask government,
correct.
so gathered, so and talking the CSO we use, and so
yes.
of course, and actually some staff directly the government of UNESCO of commission of UNESCO directly send email, and it's very strong so power to push to discussion with CSO.
Yes,
it's
so
a
really,
12 years experience.
yes, I think it's really important.
Thank you, Yoko.
Very good point. And as soon as ASPBAE gets the response from UIL, definitely we will update you, on where things are so that we can also plan accordingly, our engagements. With that, we'll go back to the plenary. Are we in the plenary now, or we're still in the group?
We are in the plenary because we're in the main room, Helen.
The plenary. Okay.
So we're lucky we didn't have to walk anywhere. So Rene, you will report.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
okay.
One thing to our advantage, colleagues, is Carol is coming back to the region, right? We don't know what role she will exactly play, but I think she's pretty high up. So I think that's big. Carol Añonueva, colleagues, is coming back to our region starting in October. So
yes,
I think that's
a plus.
Yeah, an immediate message of welcome, congratulations, and we take things up with her would be strategic.
Okay, is that who else we have in the room? We have 17 left. Is that everybody, or we still have group 4 and 2 are
4
still
is
talking?
not yet here, and some of 2, except for Katarina, are not here yet.
Okay. So
I'm here.
Yeah,
yes, that's why you're here, but the others are not.
The others are not here yet.
Okay.
Oh,
so
I understood. I had a disconnection for a second.
So what I'll do is I'll just share the screen, and then Rene, so people can see the Padlet as they enter.
In 1 minute's time, everyone will be back into the main room.
Okay, thank you very much.
The breakout rooms disintegrate, right? They
disintegrate. Yeah, so once you press the button, you are, I think, yes, they
30
close.
minutes. Yeah. Because we had a timer. We could see a timer. So.
Oh, you could. Oh, we couldn't because
some of them requested to extend.
Yeah,
the time
we were given a few more minutes.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's all right. So we can still chat. I can't.
I remember.
Werner was not here for the discussion.
No, I thought Christiana was staying. I don't know if she joined another room.
She joined 4. She
Okay.
signed up for 4.
Okay. So that's why they're talking. And that's what we said. Even just
That's
Anita and Sandy and Christiana, they have a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Okay, some colleagues.
Taka, thank you very much.
Thanks, Taka.
Thank you. Really good experience.
Yake-san, thank you.
Whoever has to go, thank you. We will just wind up. So can we email Carol already? Not yet. Has it been officially announced? Oh, Maria's gone. Did you hear that, Katarina?
No, I haven't.
No, Carol Añonueva is coming back to Bangkok.
Oh.
So we're very lucky.
Wow.
Well, sorry.
Wow.
at least the region, she understands.
Yeah,
she'll be-
absolutely. But bad for Africa.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
She was really precious there.
Okay. Okay, I think slowly people are coming in.
Yeah.
Okay, so have you assigned your again, we have the screen, so I can just share the screen so you can see the Padlet, and it's being populated very well. So once we have everybody in the room, we'll just invite, and so because of the recording, we'll invite. Wow, long. They finished early, this group.
So Robbie, do I press update on the Padlet to get it to send
Yes,
it? Do I
please.
have to? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, because I have it. It will update. Yep. Thank you, Bernie. I don't know how to make the columns bigger, but yeah. If you're missing the idea of the blackboard since your time, this is a blackboard. This is what a blackboard looks like.
That's impressive.
With all the scratches and things. So, I think everybody's in the room. Let's wait, Subrat.
Yeah, 30 people are there already. I think one more.
Forward back, Robbie.
Okay, everybody's back. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Again, last few minutes just to share what each group has discussed. Again, as I said, we're committed to sharing the information to everybody in the report. And you can also, this is being recorded, and so you can also listen to the recording after. And so I'd like now to pass on first to Rene from the Optimized Official Confintea Platforms presentation. Rene.
Too small. Anyway, yes. Yes, so in our group, we discuss the advocacy, how we can optimize advocacy in the official Confintea 7 spaces. No, there were 17 participants coming from Australia, India, Japan, Philippines, Vanuatu, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Vietnam, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan. And Robbie did a review of the key messages that came out during the midterm review of Confintea in 2017. And the words quality, financing, equity, recognition, diversity came out quite prominently during that review. Now, we note in the discussion that we had that there was very little space and time for engaging the Grail 5 process, which will be one of the main input in the Confintea. And so we need to think of ways by which we will be able to maximize our engagement in the Confintea process. It was noted that the strategic battleground may have shifted at the regional level in Asia Pacific, for example, and we are quite fortunate because we have strong interest coming from the UNESCO Regional Office. They have committed and had the initiative of convening a regional meeting in 2021 preparatory to Confintea 7. So there are also several platforms where ASPBAE and civil society, ASPBAE members and coalitions are well positioned in these platforms. And so these are possibilities by which we will be able to engage the process, promote our core messages in adult learning and education. Okay, and so we also note the sub-regional meetings that may take place. And so our members and civil society should be able to take advantage of this. And of course, national engagement will be a major area for our engagement. Now, we have problems in many countries about the identification of the focal points. In Central Asia, at least two countries, Kyrgyzstan and In Tajikistan, they have already identified, and this probably is a key, initiative that we should be pursuing because, in the case of Uzbekistan, once they were able to identify the focal person, then there were a lot of exchanges that followed, and they were able to get access to the national survey reports and then strengthen and build partnership further. So, but countries in some other countries, Vietnam, for example, they're still having difficulties in accessing such. So we should, as civil society, pursue national engagement at national level. If we are not able to engage in the process of preparing the report, filling up the survey, then probably we can invite the responsible agencies and the groups, and the committees to a dialogue and to present to us, to civil society, the main content of the report that they have submitted to UIL. And of course, we're not starting from scratch. Our civil society members and coalitions in the region, ICAE members, have done already a lot of reports related to AIL. Contained, they were able to identify the gaps in the government report and submit recommendations, and so this can feed into the Conventea. There's still time for us to promote and articulate these key messages. And of course, we need to get updates from UIL, which countries have already submitted. So we are, we are updated and we can get more information related to the preparations being done for Conventea. And earlier, just to reiterate from Werner and from the questions raised, make sure that civil society is part of the national delegations. And I think our experience here in Asia, we were able to really lobby and engage UNESCO to institutionalize CSO as part of national delegations for UNESCO meetings, and then to recognize NGOs as observers as well. So if we cannot do it one way as part of national delegations, maybe another way would be to get the seats as observers, and also civil society representatives as conference, as part of the conference organizers. So that's it from our group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rene. And so, one applause. Okay, next, Susmita. Is Susmita presenting for the second breakout?
Yes, yes.
Susmita?
Yeah, sorry, my microphone was on mute.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, Susmita. I'll scroll down as you go along.
Okay, I am actually reading from the one where I typed out. So we discussed in our group on the regional engagements and inter-regional engagements based on the HLPF, the High Level Political Forum. And there were participants from Bangladesh, Afghanistan, and of course, Katrina and Thea and myself. So the major discussion was that we started discussing, identifying the challenges, what are the challenges that we are facing regarding the inter-regional engagements. And we found that there are several instances where it is easy to work with many other regions, but there are also regions which are not much interested or maybe not proactive in engaging in the processes. And one of the major region that was named was Africa. So it was a kind of like, finally Africa gets left behind when we are trying to engage in the interregional processes. So to discuss on, to find out ways how we can strategize and engage with those regions which are not much proactive and may not be finding ways to engage in the process. The idea was that the example of review of VNR from ALE lens was shared by Thea. and which was a very well taken idea. And it was discussed that if it is possible to use the same process in other regions as well, where the regions will actually find it interesting and find it that where are those areas in their own VNRs itself where they can actually engage from the ALE perspective. So, and then those recommendations can be shared in a session during the HLPF. It can be a side event or any other possible ways of sharing. So that was one. The second idea that was, which Katrina came up, discussed is that there is a, okay, let me just put it. There is a rumor that in the HLPF reform process that people are not satisfied the way VNR is being undertaken at the HLPF, during the HLPF. So there is a discussion, there is also a possibility for an idea that is being floated where where the VNR may be done at the regional level. So the analysis of the VNR happens within the respective regions. So this is another area where there is a possibility to engage where the VNR analysis can be presented at the regional level. And finally, there is a possibility to exchange those learnings that comes out from those VNR analysis at the in the interregional processes. The third was about engaging with other major groups. So we have already identified that ALE is not only in SDG 4, but in other SDGs as well. For example, one which is on poverty, or even in nutrition, gender, of course, inequality, and decent work, and in most of it, and even climate, of course, there. So how we can engage ourselves in with those major groups so that they can also speak the things, or they can also advocate on ALE, but bringing the perspective of their issues. For example, with the women's major group maybe, or the child and youth major group, the NGO major group, the indigenous major group, where they can also think of how ALE is a very related part of the issues that they are talking about. So how we can engage with those major groups. The second one was idea to, so that we can have a very coordinated approach before the HLPF. So what can we do as ICAE and ASPBAE together if we can do preparatory workshop or webinar or whatever is possible, like face-to-face or depending on the situation, to identify ALE priority agendas of each region. So a focused group, maybe a task force, or we can name anything, who can come up with a draft document which will identify each of the ALE priorities of the regions, and that can be an advocacy tool. That advocacy tool can be used when we are speaking with maybe other major groups, when we are speaking, when we are doing the ALE, we are reviewing the VNR from ALE perspective, so that we can use it. And also it can be a capacity building initiative. And then how we can engage with, strategize to engage, to connect HLPF with Conventia, APFSD and APRs and any other regional or interregional processes that happens. Because during the HLPF, it was felt that there is nothing that is, no reference or nothing is being made of Conventia. However, we find that the regional processes are very much appreciated during the HLPF. We have the example of APFST, where the member states themselves have said that, no, we have to ensure that, or we have to refer to the regional processes. So how we can connect the HLPF with all those processes. And of course, identifying good practices from across the region and sharing through, it can be through a platform or a learning process, which we can also use it at the national level while we talk to the national governments, because it is felt that most of the national governments are giving much more importance to basic education and early childhood education, but nothing on the ALE. So those were some of the ideas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for group 2. Group 3. Bernie?
Okay, was just muted. Thanks, Robbie. Okay, so this was a small group. In the end, Ricardo couldn't join us, so it was Maria, Nani, Nasiba, and myself. In some ways, all the excellent ideas in groups 1 and 2 came up with very specific suggestions. In a way, we were tasked with looking at the question of why ALE, the narrowing of why the SDG 4 agenda has been narrowed, and how do we push to ensure that ALE is in the forefront and acted on. And so in that context of a very difficult climate of the pandemic, with many governments focused on their own budgets, we have to remember that we're in for the long haul. We have to do all these things that are listed in groups 1 and 2 and play the game. We have to do all these things, but we also, even if it might feel like we're like a mosquito buzzing around someone's head, we can at least be a nuisance. And but at the end of the day, it's governments willing to devote resources to adult learning programs that's what's needed. But specifically in relation to those areas that were mentioned, like the GEM and GPE, there are a few points here. ICAE can facilitate members, I don't know who controls the up and down, but ICAE can facilitate the members from different countries and regions to compile research and studies that again promote the importance of adult learning and education. Secondly, ICAE can convene conversations to bring members' perspectives together and harness the positions and use the synthesis of the various inputs for global advocacy. Thirdly, ICAE can draw on the regions in this process. Fourthly, regarding GPE, it's recommended that ICAE join one of the GPE CSO constituency groups. It could choose either the northern or the southern groups. And I mean, there's quite a bit of work to be proactive in there, but it does is an important space to keep being that mosquito around the head and mentioning the importance of ALE and in that space. And you also get the benefit of being immediately you get all of the GPE board documents and those discussions. Then fifthly, we wondered whether we could go a little bit more boldly and ask ourselves, can we identify a few champion countries that are willing to invest more in ALE? ICAE can undertake a country identification process and then approach the leaders of those governments selected. If you scroll up a little bit, Robbie, or down a little bit, up, there. Can ICAE's policy group consider this and bring in another circle of interested and knowing participants to strategize further? And one suggestion was, for example, New Zealand, where Jacinda Ardern, a very progressive Prime Minister, has a very good chance of being re-elected in a couple of weeks' time. And already New Zealand's got some runs on the board in terms of support for adult and community education, and they fund the national ACE organisation to do its work. So that's just one example, but maybe there are others out there, and that we have those discussions and try to have them play roles of promoting ALE and being role models in their own country.
That's it, Bernie?
That's it.
Okay, so this is just a raw discussion. Okay,
That's
so
the
six key points. Thank you very much. And last but not the least, how do we continue to learn from our practice? And so I'd like to invite, who's Sunil documented? Is Sunil?
Yes. Thank you. We had very enriching discussion in group 4. Basically, we were sharing best practices in our communities in the countries. And based on that, we were exploring how we can build community of practice. We started with the discussion of how we differentiate between community practice from CLC, community learning centers. And then we gathered that community of practice is a broader concept where people from community come together to share knowledge, skills, and they mutually grow each other, but also it benefits the larger community. And that was the whole idea of building community of practice. CLC has become a important tool at the community level, which are still expanding and continuing this important work. Then after discussion, we also heard from our different partners how they are doing this interesting work at the community level. We had interesting stories from different countries, starting with the example from India, where Professor Nasreen Rustam Farm also shared example about the collaborative practice where institute, TIS, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, had a collaboration with the state government where they offered a 6 months long certificate course where they trained youth, community village youth for engaging into civic activities. The idea was to institution and community organization to come together and offer a certified course, which not only will help them to build perspective skills, but also will help them into livelihood opportunities after the education. The examples from Kyrgyzstan was also shared, where CLC are playing very crucial role in sharing information, skills, and building active citizenships. During the COVID time, you can scroll down, Robi, please. The examples are there. Yeah. So we were discussing about how do we build active citizenship in the community level. So there were examples from the Kyrgyzstan. And the examples also showed how the CLC was so important in the pandemic situation. They were able to share information, skills, and other resource materials for the community members. An example from Indonesia also shared us the importance of CLC, but also they raise an important question about the lack of funding, and the Indonesia CSOs are asking and demanding more funds for early activities, which can sustain and strengthen the CLC work at the community level. In Nepal, the experiences were shared where it was emphasized that we have to embrace local capacities and build on the strengths of the communities, and which was realized in the pandemic time. The local communities, local groups came together with their indigenous ideas and shared with the community. Also, the nurturing and learning, caring activity at the home level through intergenerational dialogue and exchange was very important. So how we can build this experiential learning processes into our early practices are very important. Apart from these discussions, there was also discussion about being critical about what we are consuming through social media and other informations. Important to differentiate between agenda, propaganda, and facts and evidences. How we can train young people to become critical consumer of this information. So overall, this was a discussion, and we had very rich experiences from different countries. The emphasis was how to build connections between local activities, local insights, local community groups, and connect it to the global level. How we can continue doing this and build a more sustaining and mutual growing communities of practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunil. Very rich sharing. And so with that, again, I don't want to prolong. We've gone beyond the hour and already. So I'd like just to say what we're hearing. What we're hearing is that, again, the purpose, I go back to the purpose of this webinar that ICAE had hosted with ASPBAE. First is membership engagement. You engaged, you shared your stories. But this is not just because we want to listen to stories. We want to listen to stories because we want to make change. We're advocating for certain change. So we need to link this membership engagement with clear advocacy. And we identified advocacy platforms, specific advocacy platforms like Confintia, like, for example, HLPF, but also we identified advocacy platforms locally. And I think the last report particularly identified the value of interlocal exchanges that happen per country, facilitating interregional, as the second to the last group talked about interregional that we should do in terms of ICAE can host these interregional conversations. So part of that is this idea of the second, I said the second purpose, to be able to hear and identify more what to share in which platform. And finally, from ICAE, I just want to say also that this is very rich for us, and hopefully we're learning as we go along as a new executive. And so in terms of as we build up, and I go back to our anniversary, the 50th anniversary of ASPBAE a few years ago, in terms of an opportunity for ICAE to also rebuild, reinvigorate ourselves. But the strength of ICAE is based on the strength of the members. And so we have a small secretariat, and I acknowledge the work that Ricarda and Katarina have been doing over the past few years, where we have very little funding, and the amount of work they've contributed. We managed to stay alive, afloat, because of our members. And so I really thank you as the members of ICAE for your generosity of time, but also the challenge, hopefully, that you will continue to work with us. And so I'd like to pass on to Nani, who speaks for us both as ICAE Vice President, but also as President of ASPBAE. I'd like to thank Nani, Maria, and the staff for the opportunity. And I'd like to thank Christiana and UIL. Taka has left, but also Werner has left, and Cecilia have left. And so, and of course, Katarina for helping out in facilitating the earlier session. So I pass on to you, Nani. Thank you very much, Nani.
Okay.
Your video is shaking. You're dancing.
Yeah, shaking. I think thank you, B. Thank you for the synthesis and also all the result of the group discussions. This is the end of the whole series of ASPBAE IL series. I think we have achieved our objective to come out with strategic advocacy and also how we engage in the Confintia to really integrate the AL in the development agenda like SDGs. Of course, on behalf of ICAE, I would like to thank ASPBAE, Maria Khan, with all the team, the full team, but Robbie, they are the full team here to help with this process. And also, thank you for all participants for your active engagement and contribution. We have most participants, I think, already left, but we know the one who stays still be with us here. Thank you for all speakers and facilitators, Maria Khan, Katarina, Robbie, Sandy Morrison, Warner already left, Takafumi already left, Cecilia, Ricarda, Anita, Tia, Helen. Thank you for ASPBAE staff who help with documentation and technical matters. Then we have Bernie, Susmita, Sunil, Rene, and Subrat. Of course, we look forward for the follow-up activities and more collaboration in our work for this region, the Asia Pacific. I think we have very clear group discussion result we can easily follow up. And stay healthy and happy, everyone. Good afternoon, good night, and see you for the next collaborations. No photo?
Are you taking a picture? No
Yeah.
photo?
I think Meda, thank you, Meda. Where's Meda? Usually Meda take pictures.
Photo.
Photo?
Yes.
Photo.
Yeah, let's do some photo, Meda. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Helen, don't forget your pony. Nah?
What?
Okay, there are
Your hair.
there are 2
Lifelong
pages,
learning.
so I'll take 2 photos. So screen number 1, if you can smile.
I don't know which screen.
Oh,
Rene,
I'm
smile.
just okay. Just smile. Just keep smiling until I tell you to stop.
Oh my God.
I think we still have a few people who have not switched on their videos. So if you can do that, yes, that'd be nice. Okay, very good. Ubaid, your video. Khurshid and Nani, we can't see you. Oh,
Nani's on.
Rene, where are you?
Rene's on.
Is he on? I don't see him. Okay, yes. All right, I'm gonna. Oof, maybe. Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, smile, take a picture. Okay, thank you. That's one. If you can just give me a second, I'll take the
That's a
other
good
one.
picture of you, Ubaid.
Just a second. Okay. All right. One more picture, everybody. So you can all please smile. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you.
Done.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.